Chapter 1658. De Luynes said that when the glass and seasonings are sent over, Tubo will use them to enter India. We will then be able to drive the tribes of India to kill each other. The senior monk also said that it was like a pair of eyes looking at the sky and seeing through the world. That was Li Yi's virtual eye. When De Luynes talked to me, he seemed to have aged a lot. He kept whispering to himself. If Tubo had a Li Yi, no, half a Li Yi. Facing Princess Jincheng, he couldn't hide the secret in his heart. He told Princess Jincheng everything he saw and heard. Princess Jincheng was happy. Qi Li Su was old. The better he was, the younger her father would be. She looked up at the ceiling. There really was a pair of eyes, full of warmth and yearning. She didn't see it wrong. There were eyes on the ceiling. They were painted on, but those eyes were flying eyes. So, the cost of Tubo's westward migration has been solved? Princess Jincheng suddenly remembered that she had made things difficult for her personal maid 2 days ago. She even stood her up. When she was worried that Tubo would find an excuse to ask for money from the Tang dynasty, Li Yi had already pushed ahead. What a scary person. She couldn't blame Qi Li Su for aging. His opponent was too strong. This situation should have started a few years ago when Li Yi gave Shu Di 500,000 taels of silver. Tubo de Luynes' Qi Li Su was already very powerful. He didn't suffer much in the confrontation with the Tang dynasty. He took the opportunity to stabilize the internal affairs of Tubo. After the little Longjuan's mother passed away, De Luynes could be said to have supported Qi Li Su's position. She used to be afraid of Qi Li Su. His ability to calculate was not comparable to ordinary people, who knew that De Luynes' calculations were all calculated by someone else. That person started to play chess a few years ago. The two sides played chess across the sky. De Luynes wanted to play chess several times, but the other side was unconstrained. De Luynes didn't have the strength to fight back, and he couldn't even block the attack. "Are you looking at me?" Princess Jincheng thought and murmured while looking at the eyes on the ceiling. "No, I'm a little cold." Princess Jincheng looked at De Luynes' eyes and couldn't help but shiver. As the saying goes, a woman is weak, but a mother is strong. A child is weak, but a mother is strong. The mother of the Pearl of Qi had done the first thing. She had helped the Pearl of Qi with its expeditions. Unfortunately, she had overworked herself and passed away before the Pearl of Qi grew up. Qi Dai Zhu Dan also quickly became sensible after losing his mother. He relied on Qi Li Su to continue to stabilize Tubo. Internal conflicts could only be resolved through external wars if they were unable to win in terms of military power. Just when he thought he had found a good solution, he suffered defeat after defeat. After that, the internal conflicts seemed to have eased. He stayed in Nu's palace, and no one dared to covet his position. It was all because of that Li Yi. Why did he always scheme against Tubo? Drink the soup. The weather changes so quickly. I heard that India is rather warm. Princess Jincheng scooped the soup for the Qi Dai Pearl pill. She was right. The mountain blocked the warm and moist air flow. It was rare for Tubo to have a particularly warm day. After crossing the mountain path to India, the temperature rose. At present, it was still the overall warming of the earth. At least Tubo could plant wheat, and some places could plant paddy fields. When it was Li, he could also plant, but it was a technical advantage. It had nothing to do with the weather. It seemed that in order to cooperate with Princess Jincheng, half an hour after she finished speaking, the sky was completely dark and the drizzle began to fall. Has anyone been stung by bees recently? At 9:00 the next morning, Li Yi stood in front of a pink and purple alfalfa field and asked Zhongsun, Hexen. There were bees flying around. Occasionally, a bee fell on the clothes, patted the clothes, and flew away. Yes, I found someone who raised bees. Usually, you don't need to catch bees outside. Bees don't sting people. The closer you are to the hive, the more aggressive the bees are. Zhongsun Xian had obviously worked hard to learn about bees from others. When the flowering period is over, do you raise bees to chase the flowers? Li Yi asked another question. After hearing this, Zhang Sun Exen looked at Li Yi. We raise bees. I'll take 30% and you take 70%. He didn't worry about whether to chase the flowers or not. He listened to Li Yi for everything. Just right, we'll use them this winter. Li Yi calculated and found a place for the bees. Hard and soft. In winter, bees will be frozen to death. They will huddle together and not come out. Wang Wei reminded him that his family lived further north, and there were bees there. The newspaper also said that beekeepers didn't want to chase the flowers and often fed them sugar water. The next spring there would be more bees, and it would be easier to split the hive. Even if the bees didn't sell all of their honey, they could make up for some in winter. It was mainly aimed at people who raised more bees to find a balance between investment and harvest. Put them in the greenhouse. The imperial plantation above planted flowers in the greenhouse this winter. In addition, the cherry flowers in the greenhouse can be used for many bees to collect honey. Li Yi gave an answer. The greenhouse was warm, and the bees would continue to be active. As long as the number was reasonable, the step of manually dipping the bees in powder could be saved. I'll try it in my greenhouse. There are many greenhouses, and a lot of silk is used. I'm afraid that the price of vegetables will be lower this year, and the cost will increase. Zhang Sun Exen changed the topic and talked about the market economy. Haoren, Maojia, what do you think? Li Yi turned to ask Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. The two looked at each other and thought hard. They didn't say anything for a while. They definitely didn't think that Li Yi couldn't find a way and specifically asked them for advice. It was obviously an exam. Let's go and see the bees. Li Yi looked up at the sun and observed the terrain. He chose a direction and walked. You know where the beehives are. Zhang Sun Exen was surprised again. If he didn't find a beekeeper and ask him to stand in the current place to judge the location, he would definitely not know. It rained heavily yesterday. Today, the sun is bright and the weather is good. Look at the hardworking bees flying around. Li Yi praised the bees. Yes, what does it mean? Zhang Sun Exen was still confused. Don't I know this? It means that the weather was better yesterday. At the same time, the beehives were not soaked. There are only a few big trees in front of the whole place, and the terrain is high. Li Yi quickened his pace. The artificial alfalfa had intervals and low and shallow furrows, which were convenient for watering and harvesting. The furrows were shallower than the vegetable field. The vegetable field was always watered, especially cucumbers and eggplants. The paddy field for rice was another kind of field. The paddy field was soaked all day long. The paddy field was not deep, and there were high dams around it. The dams were at the lower places to release water. Some people buried a bamboo tube in order not to destroy the large inlet canal. The crabs were not good, so they needed to add something extra. When he walked to the place, there were a large number of beehives. A couple in their 30s were busy washing and drying the cotton cloth. Zhang Sun Exen frowned after seeing it. Why did you start washing and drying now? Before the beekeeper spoke, Li said, I got up in the morning and was busy adjusting the direction and position of the beehives piled up yesterday. The bees have priority in collecting honey. Oh, Zhang Sun Exen smiled at the couple, meaning that it was a misunderstanding and that they shouldn't mind it. The couple looked at Li Yi gratefully. The man said shyly, young man, you raised bees at home, right? His wife tugged at his clothes and winked at him to look at the other people's clothes. They were embroidered with the words, Yu Fei. There were also palace maids and eunuchs. Chapter 1659. The man looked and smiled. How many bees do you have in your house? Follow us to the cruiser later. I'll take a look at this brother's eyes. If he's short-sighted, I'll give him a mirror. Li Yi could tell that the man's eyesight was not good. Didn't he see that the woman was nervous? Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The woman thanked him profusely. Ah, Li Dongzhu? Li? The man reacted and took 2 steps forward. He didn't know him. When did you lose your sight? Li observed the man's eyes and asked. When I was young, my parents went blind early on. Later on, we met a flood. The man stopped. How are your eyes? Do you have children? Li looked at the woman. My eyes are good. I have 2 children. The elder daughter is 11 years old, and the younger son is 5 years old. Actually, I have 5 children in total. The woman didn't seem sad. Where are the children? Li turned and asked Zhang Sun Xan. In school, I find people to work. They have children, so I can't ask them to work. In order to maintain my good reputation, I have to continue pretending. Zhang Sun Xan said seriously. He cared about his reputation. Good, you're smart. When you help with work, you have to be gentle. Don't make big movements. It's easy for the bees to misunderstand. Li said as he walked to a beehive. He gently pulled out the beehive and observed the walls of the hive have thickened. See how many there are. When we harvest the honey, we'll replace them with new ones. Li Dongzhu, I was just about to say, these are beehives that I got from other places. Since they're part of the hive, I'll deal with them first. The man didn't ask Li how many bees there were in his house. He knew that Li didn't know either. The Li family Zhuangzi was so big. How could Li Dongzhu specifically remember how many bees there were? All right, find Inspector Zhang Sun. He'll arrange it. Li slowly put the beehive back in and licked his fingers. The others helped to scrub the tarps. They checked if one side was dry and replaced the other. In the future, you can live in a greenhouse and raise them in winter. Go get some honey for everyone to try. This is our own honey. Zhang Sun Xan promised that he wouldn't be able to help. He knew how to take care of people and make them happy. Among his duties, he was responsible for the emperor's clothes, tables, chairs, teacups, and other utensils. The woman immediately went to get it. There was nothing else mixed in the honey. When he was in Li, all food had a shelf life, including salt and honey, which usually lasted for 24 months. If he saw an 18-month shelf life, it meant that the purity was too low. Honey sealed with honey could be stored for 8 to 10 years without a problem. The people in the team didn't lack honey to eat. It was better to try it since it was from their own family. The honey produced by different flowers had different tastes, so it was hard to say which one was the best. It rained yesterday. You too must be tired, right? Zhang Sun Xan thought of something. Someone helped. Inspector Zhang Suan's land and bees were all watched by the local people. The woman praised Zhang Sun Xan again. The actual situation was just as she said. Yesterday, when the locals saw how beautiful the morning glow was, they ran over to help set up the beehives and cover the thatch. You've memorized it? When it's time to harvest the honey, leave some beeswax and send it over. Zhang Sun Xan used the method of serving the emperor to conduct himself. I remember. There was also some processed before. There will be more when it's time to change the spleen. The man still replied with a smile. Beeswax wasn't used to make candles after purification. It was eaten as medicine and food. Now, honey was not allowed to be used in making incense. Let's go together. After everyone tasted and finished their work, Li called out. There was no need to leave anyone to watch over them. The husband and wife held each other's arms and followed the team to the next place. A palace maid beside them handed them water and compressed biscuits, asking them to eat as they walked. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that they hadn't eaten since they set up the beehives in the morning and washed the thatch. Daughter, you're so attentive. The woman praised. Tao Hong smiled and didn't say anything. What an attentive palace maid. I know this is called compressed biscuits. It's better than black bread. The man took a bite. It was delicious. The compressed biscuits he ate were different from the ones in the army. The palace maids and eunuchs made them separately and carried them with him at all times. When he was too busy and couldn't eat, he would take a bite. Originally, there were buns. Early in the morning, I saw people sweeping the streets. Yesterday, the rain washed the buns onto the road, so I gave it to them to eat. Jean Ju whispered at the side as she helped the man watch the road. Li walked and talked about beekeeping. People who make a living from beekeeping need to take care of the flowers. Wherever the flowers bloom, they will carry the beehives. As they walk, they will harvest the honey to exchange for money. They also need to bring along a set of tools to make the beehives. They hope to exchange it for copper coins, as it is convenient to carry around. However, many places collect honey and can only accept silk. They spend a lot of effort to bring the silk from one place to another. Some places have a lot of silk, and the quality is good. Hence, they can exchange for more privately. Yes. Li Dongzhu is right. My family used to keep bees, but my eyesight is getting worse and worse. I wanted to find a stable place to live, so I ran to the capital office. The man was excited. There were people who knew him well. His life was so tough in the past. Gang Ro, I understand now. The capital office has reduced the amount of silk because of the tax exemption. Other places still have to pay taxes. Therefore, the capital office has reduced the amount of silk. Other places can replenish it, and the price can't be high. Wang Wei was the first to speak, answering the previous question. Meng Haoren said, "Good road conditions can reduce the cost of logistics. It can be seen that road construction is beneficial to the people." Mo Jia, Haoren, you are indeed careful. The people of the Tang dynasty are blessed to have officials like you too. Li Yi casually praised. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei's face turned slightly red. Your hint is right in front of us. If you still can't answer, are you going to change the place for us? Zhang Sun Xan listened without any change in her expression. If Li Yi didn't have the ability, would he dare to scheme against the ministers? Li Yi, there are a lot of beans planted in front. It was raining heavily yesterday. I am afraid that some bean worms fell and drowned. Zhang Sun Xan pointed at the place where the beans were planted. Natural selection. Survival of the fittest. Only the bean worms that can survive are good enough. At least they can grab the back of the leaves. Li Yi was not worried about the decline of the number of bean worms. The ones that survived would grow stronger. It was the same as natural selection. It was just that the bean worms were specially raised. To a certain extent, they had more opportunities to evolve. When they arrived at the place, a group of people walked in the ridges in the bean field looking for ladybugs. When they found them, they threw them into straw cages and took them back to feed the chickens. Insects that were not bean worms were also caught. When they saw the bean worms that were knocked down by the rain yesterday, they picked them up and fed them to the chickens. Li Yi took photos and videos with his digital camera and stored them separately. He was going to test them and input them into the computer. After the rain, the ground was wet. Even if the soil was not good, it would still stick to the soles of the shoes. Li did not go in. The people who caught the worms along the ridges rolled up their trousers and walked barefoot. There was a pressure well next to it. They also used cement to build small grooves and ditches. Otherwise, there would be a big hole at the outlet of the well. Li Yi, look, as long as there is enough fertilizer, the beans will grow well. The fertilizer sent by the Li family Zhuangzi can be adjusted according to the instructions. Zhang Sun Xian squatted next to a bean seedling and observed. Chapter 1660. Li Yi also squatted down and pulled out a green bean. He pinched it open and looked at the grains. Pick 2 baskets of the plump ones and cook them. After that, he stood up and shouted, "Bug catchers, help me pick the green beans later. More than 500 caddies. Everyone pick an extra 2 caddies and cook them at home." "Thank you, Dongzhu." "Dongzhu, you're the best." "Dongzhu, are you tired? I'll massage your legs." The workers were the wives of the Southwest barbarian captives. Their wages were low, but they were serious. Some of them spoke with a special accent from the Tang dynasty. "Hurry up and get to work," Li Yi shouted and turned to the next place, which was more than 10 miles away on a mountain road. Ching Song finally let go of the box and let his companions pull it. He used to pull it with Ziyu, but now Guyen and Huangbai pulled it. The Wing Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's men didn't care. They all had things to carry. The Wing Knights carried tactical backpacks and took turns to carry the heavy machine guns in groups of 4. The other box of bullets was also carried by 4 people. Li Yi's aircraft was carried by 4 people, including Taigua. Even in hot weather, they wore tactical military boots and half-finger tactical gloves. They were dressed in camouflage uniforms, including the camouflage patterns on their faces. The people of the capital government were used to it. When they saw soldiers with camouflage on their faces, they were particularly friendly and not afraid at all. "Come closer and let me see." The man was short-sighted and couldn't tell the difference when he saw people dressed in special clothes. One of the Winged Knights approached, and the man looked carefully. "It's really scary. Don't you feel uncomfortable with something on your face? It's always on. If you don't, it'll be uncomfortable. If you encounter danger, I have some on me. I'll apply it on you too. You hide behind me." The featherwood flying rider who was being watched grinned, but the words that came out of his mouth were warm. "Okay, I'll lie still and not cause you trouble. If you run, pull me. I have the strength to carry the beehives and flowers." The man was not afraid. The fiercer his men looked, the more at ease he felt. Buzz, the bowstrings sounded. Guazi, who was walking not far from Li Yi, lowered his bow. Wang Wei's bodyguard ran over and came back with an arrow and a snake on the arrow. Wang Wei's guards were relaxed and didn't need to be on guard. It was as if they were on vacation. When the Wing Knights released their arrows, they took the initiative to pick them up. It was not shameful to do odd jobs for the Wing Knights. Li glanced around. "Scatter and see if there are any more snakes around. If there are any, we'll kill them and eat them, regardless of whether they're poisonous or not." Whoosh! The Winged Knights spread out to look for the snake. There were Winged Knights around as scouts, but they were not specifically responsible for looking for snakes. "Don't you want to keep Ganru to make the anti-venom?" Wang Wei knew that the anti-venom needed poisonous snakes and horses to make it. "There's one in Zhuangzi. It's specially bred. The medical treatment of the Tang dynasty has a long way to go." Li Yi did not dare to imagine that the medical standards of the Tang dynasty would reach the level of his country. He believed that the medical standards of his country were not bad, but the key was in humane care and national policies. Like India, they said that medical technology was advanced and free for all. As a result, the intensive care unit was not even as clean, spacious, and tidy as the ordinary wards in China. The so-called intensive care unit was just some small instruments. Li Yi felt pity for it. The ICU of his previous hospital was not that small. Now the Tang dynasty had nothing. Of course, compared to other places in the world, other places were even more useless. "I heard that it can prevent smallpox." Zhang Sun Xian asked in a low voice. "Yes, it's being further improved to reduce the side effects of smallpox vaccine. At present, I don't dare to give it to others. It involves human nature." Li Yi said helplessly. At the same time, he remembered a place in his past. The place was once ruled by the Rising Sun City. Later, when they said that they wanted to do something, some people started to make trouble. The key was that the local people also thought so. They directly gave the order, but the local people did not support it. What should they do? Wait. Wait for those troublemakers to make things worse. When the local people found that the situation was not good, new policies could be introduced. The smallpox vaccine was the same. The people did not have smallpox, and they did not have the fear of smallpox in other places. The probability of death was very small. The people were living well. Why should they die when they came to you? He needed to constantly improve the safety of the vaccine. A mortality rate of 1 in 10,000 was easy to deal with. At the same time, waiting for a place to get smallpox, he would bring his team there to support the treatment. This could reduce the mortality rate. Then he would use this as a reason to require the entire Tang dynasty to be vaccinated against smallpox. Zhang Sun Xian instantly understood and whispered, "When the time comes, you can't charge too much. The people can't afford it. Free. Mass epidemics must be free, unless the imperial court does not really care for the people or the imperial court is poor. The imperial court is not poor. I, Zhuangzi, still have a lot of blood corals that have not been printed out. As for caring for the people, you can do it, let alone His Majesty. Don't you think so?" Li Yi did not lower his voice. It was not something shameful. "I've always been kind, okay? Back then." Li Yi, wait for me. I'm not done yet." As Zhang Sun Xian spoke, Li Yi suddenly jogged. He was depressed. Li Yi ran faster and faster and shouted at the same time, "Flying device!" "Understood." The person carrying the flying device put down the load. The 4 people directly grabbed it and strode forward. Li Yi sprinted for more than 300 meters and climbed up the hill. On the other side of the hill, the winged knights ran over with a child on their back. Another person held a snake in his hand. The winged knights, standing on the hill, were still waving their arms. It was a very simple movement. They swung their arms in circles. This child came to pick wild fruits. He said he wanted to give them to Li Dongzhu. He was bitten 4 times by Verdure Glider. The winged knights carrying the child put the child down and reported to the winged knights carrying a short-tailed viper. Li Yi glanced at the snake and the wound. With a flick of his hand, a needle appeared and was injected into the child's body. Another needle appeared and was injected into the child's body. Dongzhu, the person carrying the flying device, arrived. Li Yi carried the child on his back. The person next to him took out a belt and tied the 2 of them together. "Go to the place in front and wait for me." Li Yi stepped onto the flying device. The surrounding people immediately moved aside. With a shrill sound, Li Yi flew away with the child. "It's okay. He's alive." This child is too disobedient. Instead of studying in school, he insisted on looking for fruits. The child didn't know that he would be bitten by a poisonous snake. He must have looked for fruits to eat before. It's just that he was unlucky this time. It's normal for local children to go up the mountain. Who hasn't gone up the mountain when they were young? I forgot to tell Dongzhu how long he had been bitten. Could it be that Dongzhu used the wrong medicine? You haven't had fun playing with Dongzhu before, right? Find a chance. You'll understand once you play with him. There's no need for that. I'll know once I play with you guys. We don't have any grudges in the past. Why bother? The winged knights chatted together. They were too nervous. They were not afraid of fighting, but they were worried about the life and death of their child. What's the situation? Zhang Sun Xian ran over. A child was bitten 4 times. It's dead. The winged knights held the snake and showed it to Zhang Sun Xian. Chapter 1661. Li Yi flew in the sky. He could directly exchange for a full set of medical equipment, but it would not cost him money. He did not bring a nurse with him. If the child really did not make it, he could perform blood transfusion treatment. The whole cycle of drawing blood and letting out blood required helpers. The winged knights said that the child was bitten by a venomous snake because he picked fruit for him. He could not blame the child and say that he should not do this or that. The child did not make a sound. He was still conscious. He hugged Li Yi's neck with both hands and clutched a small basket made of branches with one hand. He was blown by the wind and could not speak. Instead, he looked around curiously. Li Yi controlled the aircraft seriously. He was not in a hurry. The child was conscious, and the swelling of the bite was slight. Obviously, the bite was short and everything was in time. At worst, he could treat it according to the situation of amniotic fluid embolism, exchange blood, and dilute the snake venom again and again. He gave the child a shot of antivenom and another shot of antihistamine. There was no test for sensitivity, so this was the only way. As for tetanus, it would be the same after that. The sound of the yacht alerted the people on the yacht. The nurses were the first to react. They did not care if he was fine. Dongzhu flew over and quickly prepared the operating room, even if Dongju was flying for fun. Li Yi landed. As soon as the sound of the aircraft stopped, he jumped down and shouted, "Venomous snake bite! Serum and antihistamine injection complete." After shouting, he ran to the operating room with the child on his back. The people on the deck explained the situation on the walkie-talkie. Li went in. The nurses were all in place and ready. Li Yi stood still. The scissors clicked a few times. The child was put down, and all kinds of equipment were connected. 5 minutes later, Li Yi looked at the child lying there. "What wild fruit do you have now?" "Fried peach sticks. You can eat them as fruit or as a dish. I brought them for you. They're in the basket." The child, who was 8 or 9 years old, smiled at Li Yi. "You always went up the mountain? Didn't you go to school?" Li Yi looked at the tetanus test on the child's hand and asked, "I played on the mountain since I was young. I was never bitten by a snake. I also picked mushrooms and ate all the fruits on the mountain. The school exam in the morning was too easy. After I finished answering, I ran out to find fruits for you to eat. Can you really fly? I know that if it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. After being bitten 4 times, it went crazy. I didn't provoke it. Next time, I'll put a knife in the front of the bamboo pole. It's mainly my leg. It hurts a lot. I was numb just now." The child did not think that he had done anything wrong. He just felt that he was unlucky and unprepared. Li nodded. "I think so too. It rained yesterday, and the snake's nest was filled with water. The snake felt uncomfortable and wanted to bite people. Next time, bring your equipment, walk slowly, and look at the barley." If Li Yi hadn't told her not to go up the mountain, how could she not go up the mountain when there was a mountain next to her home? He had been up there when he was young. There was a lot of food to eat on the mountain. He had also seen a poisonous snake before. He was shocked and quickly used a stick to scare it away. He had even seen a wolf climb up a tree, but the wolf simply walked away. He went home and told his parents that he had nightmares at night. It was the same dream many times. I remember that I was holding the basket. Did you eat the fruits I picked for you?" The child was concerned about this matter. "I was saving you. How could I have time to eat? If I ate the fruits, what would happen if you died? If you died in front of me, what would happen to my reputation?" Li Yi stared the child with a look that said, "You tricked me." "Right. I don't want to be bitten by the snake. Now my leg is still hurting. Do I have to jump on one leg to go to class in this state?" The child first expressed his understanding and agreement, but he was worried again. "Don't go to class. You need to recuperate. Looking at the swelling, it will take at least half a month. Where have you learned? I'll find someone to tutor you." Li Yi was like a person of the same age as him. He spoke very naturally. "Brother Li Yi, I want to learn physics and chemistry. I heard from them that there are such classes. I've learned everything that was taught. Last month, I received a scholarship of 20 yuan. The people in Tang and came to assess me personally." The child made a new request and wanted to learn additional knowledge. 20 yuan? Li Yi was dumbfounded. What was going on? Alien? Yes. The child nodded. "Let me tell you something. After that, you repeat it to me. In this world, there is a Bolu, and then there is a fine horse. A fine horse is common, but a Bolu is not common. You can't use it to its full potential. You really don't know how to ride a horse." Li Yi was not polite at all. He told the child to memorize it after hearing it once. "Give me some hot soup. I didn't eat this morning." The child listened to Li Yi and said bitterly, "Do you want to eat wontons?" Someone served the wontons. Li endured. He felt that the child was looking for an excuse. After waiting for a while, the child ate a few wontons happily. He stopped and wiped his mouth. "Li family Zhuangzi's wontons are really delicious. Thank you, Brother Dongju. That there's a Bolu and then there's a fine horse. Alas, you really don't know how to ride a horse? You really don't know how to ride a horse. Li Yi, where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to bring your family here. Li loved talent. Grief field. I don't know who my parents are. They should be gone. I didn't eat well in the past, so I went up the mountain to look for food. Later on, when I ate well, I went up the mountain to look for food again. The child licked his lips and talked to Li Yi as if he was chatting about his family. Do you have a surname? Li Yi's heartbeat was a little irregular. My surname is Li. I don't know about grief field. All the children of my parents have the surname Li. It's a national surname, the child replied. A national surname is good. Like me. Do you have a name? Li Yi looked at the monitoring equipment around him. The child had just eaten. Fuquan. I just got my name last year. I used to be called Puzi. I didn't know my surname until this time last year. I used to be in Huainan Province, Yin City, Guangzhou. When someone taught me, we all learned. I was a fast learner, but no one taught me how to read. The child who called himself Li Fuquan began to talk about his life. It was amazing that he learned how to read the surname. He took the newspaper and started to learn how to read. When others found out about this, they quickly found him books and taught him alone. By last autumn, he had finished all the basic courses. The local mentor was in contact with the mentor in Lantian County. They were afraid of delaying him, so they sent him to Lantian County. After winter, he had an exam every 10 days. People from Tang and Zhaowen Hall came to test him again. After the exam, they gave him 20 coins and told him to wait for a few days. They said that there would be people with higher authority coming to test him. Brother Dongzhu, how about my name? Guess how it was given? Li Fuquan finished talking about his situation and suddenly asked Li Yi, Aren't you in Yin City? The Minister Weizi's decree said, Pacify the people, get rid of evil and tyranny, add merit to the time and the future generations. Your mentor wants you to be an official in the future, but this name, I'll give you a new one in 2 days. When you grow up, I'll give you a name too. The people from Zhaowen Hall will test you. You'll be a scholar, Zhaowen Hall will. Li Yi casually said how Li Fuquan's name was given. He then pondered about Zhaowen Hall. As the Prime Minister and Consular Affairs, Hall Master, Li Fuquan gave the answer. I think the Prime Minister has taken a fancy to me. I don't know which one. Oh, Baiha, are you willing to be the student of the current Prime Minister, Baigu? Li Yi realized that this child was similar to his eldest disciple. He had a good memory. Disciple thanks Master for saving my life. When disciple recovers, disciple will serve Master. Li Fuquan wanted to get off the bed and kowtow. Chapter 1662. Don't move, there are needles in your hand. Li Yi pressed the second disciple down. At least he was talented enough, but his character needed to be observed. For example, placing surveillance cameras at his disciple's place and pretending in front of him. Master, actually, I. Li Fuquan revealed an embarrassed expression. You knew that I was coming and hurriedly picked fruits to give to me. Then you became my disciple because you were afraid that old Bai would find you first. You don't like the Prime Minister? Li Yi smoothed things out. This kid had a lot of thoughts. If he did evil in the future and killed his master, it would be similar to some plots in wuxia novels. Bai Zaifu is indeed good, but I want to learn something else. Does Bai Zaifu know how to treat snake injuries? Does Bai Zaifu know how to print newspapers? You know everything Bai Zaifu knows, but Bai Zaifu might not know what I know. Why don't I find the best? Li Fuquan asked a few times and gave a reason. If you put it this way, I have to be humble. When it comes to scheming, I'm not as good as the Prime Ministers. Li Yi felt comfortable. This disciple had to be monitored. Why didn't they scheme against you? Li Fuquan widened his eyes curiously. They didn't have time. When they wanted to control it, I had already done it. You didn't become a disciple in Yin City? Li Yi said simply and asked casually. I wanted to become a disciple, but the Prime Minister didn't accept me. He said that it would bring about a fatal disaster. The Prime Minister said to me, Both of us are innocent. Even if I don't accept you, you can't easily become a disciple of a great teacher." Li Fuquan looked at Li Yi after he finished speaking. Man's greed lies in his excessive demands. Man's virtue lies in his ability. Possessing precious treasures, possessing precious talents, meeting people before one's own. It's time luck and fate, Li Yi said as he exchanged for medicine and fed it to his second disciple. If he wasn't a disciple, he wouldn't pick fruits for himself. If others were bitten, the swollen wound would slowly heal and leave a scar. Since he had become a disciple, the swelling was uncomfortable. The sooner it subsided, the sooner he could use a drug that reduced the activity of the lysosomes in the egg white and hindered the metabolism of the proteases. If the capillaries did not allow it to seep out of the body fluid and accelerated the venous return, the swelling would go down quickly. Additionally, he applied a cold compress and applied physical support. At the same time, he raised his leg. There was no pressure bandaging for the time being. The time between being bitten and being treated was very short. All 4 wounds were cut open and treated. "I'll give you some painkillers as well. With me here, you won't die or be crippled." Li Yi found that his second disciple's condition was not bad. When he spoke, his face would turn bitter whenever he felt pain. "Master, are you still busy?" Li Fuquan remembered that he was brought back by his master. "You'll leave in an hour. From today onwards, your diet will be adjusted to supplement protein, chlorophyll, and vitamins. Reduce fat intake, add liver-protecting foods, and take medicine." While he was at it, he couldn't exercise, or he would recover slowly. "You have to eat diuretic fruits. I can inject you with diuretic medicine. Snake bites are troublesome." Li Yi wanted the child to recover quickly. If it was an unrelated person, he would give a doctor's order to take medicine normally and not exchange it. "Master, there's still an hour left. Are you going to teach me?" Li Fuquan pulled his little face again. "Take medicine. After you finish eating, I'll give you a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine. Central nervous system inhibitors can't be used, so it's troublesome." Li Yi fed the child medicine and added additional medicine into the bottle. Li Fuquan took a large handful of medicine. He felt that it was more than eating 2 wontons. "Do you know why I raised your injured leg? There's blood in our body, and it's not blood after you scratch it. You think it's oil that flows out, and the pus when the wound is suppurating. These are all like water, and water flows down." Li Yi began the lesson and used the simplest language and examples to explain medical methods. He also used the pump as an example to describe the blood supply to the heart. Li Fuquan listened until he fell asleep. The medicine took effect, and at the same time his excitement subsided. Li Yi called the nurse. "Monitor the indicators. There's a problem. There's a communication device on the yacht. I'll take a transceiver device with me. Using the yacht's radar to transmit the signal, it's very far away. I can receive it." After giving instructions, Li Yi left. There was no need to keep an eye on the child. Previously, it was an intensive care unit, so it was fine. From the time the child was bitten to the injection of the antivenom, it was less than 3 minutes. After a series of operations, if the child still had any problems, Li Yi would not be able to solve it. He flew again. Accepting this disciple increased his lifespan by a lot. Obviously, the second disciple would be helpful to society. At least the system thought so. Li Yi was more assured. The system's evaluation meant that the disciple would not revolt or rebel in the future. Faster, faster. Bureaucracy kills. Xiao Yi was right. A group of people left the Li family Zhuangzi early in the morning and rushed to Lantian County. There were 4 chancellors in the car. Baigu was the most anxious. When he was working in the morning, he received a report from the Zhaowen Hall. They discovered that there was a child prodigy in Lantian County, a real child prodigy. When he asked, it was something that happened a few days ago. The news was received by the Zhaowen Hall yesterday. The day before that, it was the Grand Secretary who received the news. The day before that, it was the Grand Secretary who received the news. Just like that, the report of the school secretary was delayed by a day. What were they doing wasting time? Writing a report, writing a flowery report. Revising and revising, revising and revising. The final draft still depended on the student state. If the student state was not good enough, the writing would not be good enough. If this was already infuriating enough, then the Zhaowen Hall ran to the Zhaowen Hall like an idiot and set it in front of the other 3 chancellors. It was the type that wanted to anger by Gu to death. The group of people came out. The 4 chancellors discussed with each other to see who the child would choose. I'm the Grand Secretary. In the past, I don't follow etiquette. Today, you all stand half a step behind me so that the child understands etiquette. Baigu could not stop the others, so he could only use his status. The chancellors were different from one another. A few years ago, was Yao Chong equal to Lu Huaishan? How did Wei Jigu get down? How did Zhang Shua struggle so bitterly? Okay. Su Yi was looking at himself in the mirror. He was young. The youngest was Zhang Juling, who was 3 years younger than him. He dressed himself up and looked at Zhang Juling from time to time with some worry. Zhang Juling did not dress up because the other 3 were coming. If he did not come, who would be in charge of the Zhaowen Hall? Would he be in power? At the same time, he wanted to ask Li Yi about building the Yellow River Bridge. The Yangtze River also needed a bridge. From Lingnan to here, there was a river crossing. If the Yellow River could be built, could the Yangtze River be built as well? If one was built, a second could be built. When the time came, there would be bridges on both sides of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. The common people could come and go as they pleased without the danger of being ferried. The ferrymen on the river could fish, catch shrimp, or ask Li Yi. Song Jing was more depressed. Baigu liked Taoism. At this time, he looked like an immortal. What advantages did he have? He hoped that he could use his knowledge to make the child apprentice. Behind their group, there was another group that was moving forward at a slightly slower speed. It was Li Longji, the Empress in Jieyu. Chapter 1663. Finding an excuse to come out and play. Do you want to leave me behind? Humph. How despicable, Li Longji muttered. Yesterday, the Winged Knights told him that Li Yi was going to build the Yellow River Bridge. He didn't think much of it. Just fix it. Who would have thought that they would all go to Lantian County together in the morning? You all leave, and I'll be bored in Zhuangzi? How dare you? Go, all of you, it's not that far away. If there was an emergency elsewhere, the Winged Knights would come to report. No one would want to attack Chang. And right? If a group of enemies suddenly attacked Chang, and they would look for Brother Yi. Lu Jiu, Wu Jiu, Empress Wang, and the others were happy and brought their children out to play. In the past, traveling was a big deal, and they were afraid of being assassinated. Now, if someone wanted to assassinate them, it was hard to say if they could damage the car. Let's not talk about swords and bows. Let's see how many times you can smash the car with a hammer. What? Pour oil and set fire? When the oil is burned out, let's see if the car will be hot or not. We don't need to go out to breathe. There are oxygen tanks in the car. If there are only a few assassins, ask the Winged Knights to give you 5 minutes. When the time is up, take action. Good luck. Life is short. Oh, it should be said that life between heaven and earth is like a white steed passing a gap. It should be noon when we arrive. What do we eat? Li Longji was reviewing memorials and personnel transfers. Your Majesty, it's better to eat braised frogs than to listen to frogs. Zhang's village sold them for a season. Wu Jiu looked at her son and wanted to eat frogs. Send people back to get frogs. Don't catch frogs in the fields. Brother Yi said that the newspaper doesn't introduce how to eat frogs. I'm afraid that everyone will catch frogs. Li Longji didn't object. He wanted to eat farmed frogs. Zhuangzi was expanding the breeding of frogs. There were mountains behind it, the Qinling Mountains. There was no toad oil at this time. It had to wait. Winter was the most precious. Toad refers to a frog, and a toad is called a toad. For medicinal purposes, frogs eat seeds and oil. Toads take toad cakes and at the same time put a large piece of beeswax into the toad's mouth. So the toad's mouth shut and bury it in the ground during the winter so that it won't run away. When spring came, the thread would be removed and the toad would be released. The toad would definitely be in pain, but he had to put himself first. I heard that Zhang's son Xian raised many bees. Are there bee pupae to eat? Empress Wang looked out of the window. She wanted to eat bee pupae. Ask Brother Yi when we get there. If there are too many pupae, eat them. If there are too few pupae, eat them instead. Li Longji did not feel like eating anything at the moment. The Li family Zhuangzi had bee pupae. They collected them and used them for medicinal purposes, not as delicacies. How's the child? Zhang's son Xian asked when she saw Li Yi land. Wang Wei, Meng Haoren, and the others all looked concerned. Raise it for 10 days to half a month. Right now, snakes have a lot of venom and eat well. If it's winter, the venom will be weak. Fortunately, it was only bitten on the calf of one leg. If it was bitten on the neck, I would still be in trouble. Oh, I have another disciple. The child who was bitten by the snake. Please take care of him in the future. Li Yi explained the situation and smiled. It was a joyous occasion for a master to accept a disciple. Gangrou, is this too hasty? Wang Wei asked when he heard that the child was bitten by a snake because he picked fruits for Li Yi. Would others risk their lives to try in the future? There is a Bo Lu in the world, and then there is a horse. Li Yi said and recited the horse again. Good essay. Wang Wei praised. Indeed. Meng Haoren felt that he had the deepest feeling. There were too few Bo Lu in the world. Zhang's son Xian sighed. People often don't know me. Everyone recite it. Li Yi looked at the 3 people. I'm done. It's your turn. The 3 people. Gangrou, are you saying that the child? Wang Wei reacted. His head hurt and he could not recite it. You already have a disciple who has a photographic memory. Meng Haoren face-bombed. Were the geniuses of the world worthless? I see. Zhang's son Xian shook his head. He did not want to compete. His poetry was not as good as others. Photographic memory is actually very simple. With the method of memorizing pictures, you can remember in a short period of time, but you will forget after a while unless you strengthen your memory. My second disciple was hungry after I finished. He talked to me while eating wontons. Then he recited it. Let's go and see what's planted there. Li Yi continued to move forward. He had said what he needed to say. The terrain ahead was low, and there were a lot of gravel. There were sticks and shelves in the ground. There were cucumbers, eggplants, and cowpeas. The eggplants were short, and the eggplants did not grow tall. The cucumbers and cowpeas were almost the same height. This is the advantage of the terrain. There is a pressure well. If there is not enough water in the soil, it will be filled with water. Li Yi understood the situation at a glance. Zhang's son Xian smiled. Actually, you can build a tall water wheel and drive it with the wind to draw the water down. Is it suitable for all the soil of the same kind? How much does a water wheel cost? It can't be driven by the wind for long, and it can't be used for other purposes, such as grinding rice. Li Yi looked at the current terrain and watering situation and suddenly had a new idea. I want to draw. Li Yi looked at Qing Song. Qing Song looked at Huang, Bai, and Guyan. You 2 are pulling the box. Hurry up. Guyan and Huang Bai propped up the box and turned it into a platform. I used to think that some operations cost too much. Drip irrigation technology. Now I think I thought too much. The bamboo and labor of our Tang dynasty are not worth much. Li Yi began to draw. One bamboo tube after another. It was watertight. So what if some water leaked out when placed in ground? The bamboo tubes were connected to each other, and a higher position was the top half of the bamboo tube. A hemp rope was stuffed in. The hemp rope would absorb water, and the other side of the hemp rope would be placed at the roots of the crops. When water flowed through the bamboo tube, The hemp rope would absorb water and supply water to the roots of the crops. This was the most primitive drip irrigation technology. Should I apply for a patent? Why am I so smart? The people of our Tang dynasty must remember to increase my lifespan. Li muttered as he drew the drawing of the bamboo tube and hemp rope drip irrigation technology. The higher position was the pressure well, and the water would flow out. Now sand was directly irrigated in furrows. The front part was already soaked, and the water would seep into the back part. Connecting bamboo tubes seemed to be expensive, but no matter how expensive it was, could it be more expensive than automatic iron tube drip irrigation? The labor cost was low in the Tang dynasty. Bamboo tubes were much cheaper than iron tubes. Not to mention the whole bamboo tube. It was also fine to cut it in half. How much water could be evaporated in a short time? The terrain is gradually downwards. Even if the angle is very small, as long as the water flows downwards, this method will work. Li finished drawing and threw the pencil away. The people around, even the palace maids and eunuchs, understood. They looked at Li after they finished looking at the drawing. Is this the peerless national scholar? The man who raised the bees had been beside them. His eyes could not see clearly, but he understood. At this moment, he was even more excited than the others. Wang Wei and the others were officials. They considered the livelihood of the people. They naturally accepted and were used to Li's methods. It was normal for Li to come up with a good idea. Otherwise, why would we follow you here? The beekeeper was not used to it. He wanted to cry. How could Li Dongzhu of the Tang dynasty be so smart? There was no way. Chapter 1664. As long as there is a terrain, or even artificially raise the water tank and pump the water from below. Oh, with wind power and manpower to drive the water wheel to pump the water up, the desert can become mulberry fields. A winged knight came over and gently touched the drawing with tears in his eyes. His family used to live in the north of the Guanyi Road. There was sand everywhere. Now they grew watermelons and ginger and shipped them to the capital to sell. His family had a good life, but what about his neighbors? His neighbors' income was increasing, but it was far from his family's. As for the bamboo, it was nothing more than a transportation problem. It turned out that there was drip irrigation technology in the world. Dongzhu, there's no need to pump. The pressure well can be extended to pump water. 1 atmosphere of pressure every 10 meters. It can be solved with a long arm lever. If you think that the pressure of using your hands is too high, convert it to a pedal shaft connecting rod, and use the pedal instead of the arm up and down. I'll draw a picture. This thing is simple. It can be threshed by pedaling. The power multiplied by the power is equal to the resistance multiplied by the main arm. The pulley block of the hand gourd can be converted. It's not difficult. Li said as he drew again. Didn't the desert have a well? Build a high water tower platform and then connect it with drip irrigation technology. As long as the cost of manpower was higher than the output of the local crops under normal conditions, it was a victory. Hard and soft I can't compare. Wang Wei saluted. The Tang dynasty is lucky. Meng Haoran saluted. Do you want to go to the next place? Zhang Sun Xian returned to being calm. He had suffered too much because of Li, so he knew how to take advantage of the situation. As for what Li came up with, it was enough to be surprised. Let's go. Li finished drawing some more drawings and threw them to Qing Song. He skipped forward on the mountain road. Husband, let's go too. We'll go back to the cruiser at night. I'll show you what kind of mirror to wear. The woman who raised bees walked with her husband. We met Inspector Zhang Sun. Our family's good days are coming. I'll earn you a silver bracelet to wear on your right hand. The man was also very happy and said to his wife, There's no need to save. My benefit is a bracelet, a silver bracelet that weighs 1 coin. Zhang Sun Xian couldn't bear to see this now. He had a wife, a concubine, and a child. Previously, he had misunderstood them as a married couple. After becoming rich, he had to pursue fame. Silver is not as malleable as gold. You need 2 coins. Li Yi, who was jumping, suddenly turned around when he jumped up. He threw down a sentence and turned back again. 3 cents. Zhang Sun Xian argued. I'll give you 2 3 silver bracelets. Ask the craftsman from the Li family Zhuangzi to make them. They won't pay for the craftsman. Inspector Zhang Sun, let me kowtow to you. The man was about to kneel when he heard that. F***CK. Hurry up and stand up straight. Why don't you knock on Li Yi? Zhang Sun Xian slid away from the front and grabbed the man's clothes from the side. Li Dongzhu won't do. They say it will shorten my lifespan. How can I tell Li Dongzhu to have a short lifespan? The man spoke the truth. Is it good for you if I die? Do you believe that I will poison you for lunch later? You have bad eyesight. Zhang Sun Xian began to threaten him angrily. It was noon. This piece of land was planted with rice. Li Yi was stunned. He couldn't pay attention to such details in Zhuangzi. How could rice be planted here? Water seeped into the ground. Water seeped into the fertilizer. Who had seen rice planted in a sandy land? Was this a joke? Zhang Sun Xian, tell me, what is this? Li Yi looked at the many people who were pumping water to maintain the cover of the rice field. He directly called Zhang Sun Xian by her name. The alkali here is big. It has to be soaked in water. Below is a small tributary of the Ba River. It flows in. Can I soak in other places? Even if the rice yield is reduced, I will soak in the salt and alkali in the field. Terrace fields, step by step. The rice grows okay. If there are good grains, I will keep them and plant them next year. Zhang Sun Xian felt wronged. The alkali soil happened to be a big, gentle slope. I worked very hard. Alkali soil? Li Yi looked at the people around him who were taking turns to pump 4 wells. There were also 2 drilling platforms drilling wells. The investment was not small. The women who were taking turns to rest were using hemp to weave sacks and baskets. The water outlet of the rice field was blocked. Obviously, they were waiting for the water level to rise before draining it down and finally flowing into the river. Fortunately, it is not a low-lying place. It is difficult to drain water in a low-lying place. We need to dig a lower drainage channel. Zhang Sun Xian seemed to have specially studied it. Is the food okay? Is it the free black bread made with 80% flour? Li Yi was concerned about the health of the workers. The black bread is now exported. If you buy a lot, I will give you the cost price. The money is 80% flour. If the outsiders have nothing to eat, I will give them all the black bread. I have no choice. From the first day I pretended to be a good person. I can only keep pretending. My good reputation benefits me, but it also becomes a shackle. Just like you. Do you dare to harm the people of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Sun Xian said something philosophical and looked into the distance. I am different from you. You harmed the people and lost your reputation. These hemp sacks and baskets. Ooh. You didn't sell them to the mining area, did you? Li Yi suddenly thought of a situation where the most hemp sacks and baskets were consumed. The mining area where he cooperated with Yu Huai. You get 70% and I get 30%. 10 coins a day. Do you know what it means before you came to the Li family Zhuangzi? At that time, husked wheat cost 15 coins. Now grain is even cheaper. That is the capital government. If it was a distant state capital, countless people would break their heads to fight for 5 coins a day. Your captives did not compensate. They live in houses and burn coal without spending money. Do you want to reduce their wages by 2 coins? Zhang Sun Xian exposed his purpose. Li Yi was in charge of the tools, fertilizers, and seeds. He paid for them. What did they eat for lunch today? Li Yi changed the topic. Stew, chicken rack, wholesale chicken rack from Wang Xing. You gave the idea. Wang Xing's business is not small now. Zhang Sun Xian picked up a bundle of brambles and placed it next to a woman. There were no more brambles around the woman. He clapped his hands. If there are any vegetables in the field, just stew them together with the chicken rack. Let's stew the chicken rack first and put the vegetables last. There is meat on the chicken rack sold by Wang Xing. It is best to stir-fry the chicken rack first. Li Yi suggested. It is stir-frying first. Use oil to stir-fry the vegetables. There is oil in every bowl. The staple food is steamed buns and rice. You can eat as much as you want. Don't use oil pancakes. Do you want to have lunch here? Zhang's son Xan said as he touched his stomach. He was hungry when he walked. I don't want to eat. Let's go back to the ship. Li Yi refused. Why should I eat chicken stew when there is good food? When there are potatoes in the future, chicken stew will become a classic. Remember not to put too many onions. It will hurt people. Send a batch of bamboo poles over. Li Yi added, potatoes were good food. They could be used to stew anything. If there is no staple food, add more potatoes and it will be eaten as a staple food. Go find the bamboo poles. Zhang's son Xian ordered his men. Chapter 16:65. 20 minutes later, the workers started to step on the bamboo poles. The two bamboo poles were connected to each other. There was a fixed position at each end. They were also perforated and bolted. When one end of the bamboo pole was stepped on, the other end of the bamboo pole would be lifted up. The other end of the bamboo pole would be facing down. The disadvantage is that there is extra work to be done. It is based on the weight of the two bamboo poles. The advantage is that stepping on the poles is more suitable for exerting force. Li Yi was quite satisfied with his work. Stepping on the poles made more use of gravity. If you are tired, just step on the poles. Can you change your legs? Zhang's son Xian understood. Li family Zhuangzi's pressure, could even be driven by a windmill. Make a horizontal pole with the bamboo poles in front. People can hold it with their hands. It will save the strength of the legs to maintain balance. Li Yi looked at it and made some improvements. The wind here was small. Otherwise, it would be more convenient to use a windmill. If there was a river nearby, they could not dig a well. In the future, when we sell the rice, we must advertise that the rice is watered with pure natural mineral water. The water comes from the ground. The minerals nourish the whole plant. The rice grains are crystal clear. Every grain is a treasure. Li Yi felt that since he had put in so much effort, he should sell the rice at a higher price. 1 dou and 2 qian. Zhang's son Xian was learning. You said that 80% of the rice produced in this field is for Li family Zhuangzi. The amount is fixed every year. The remaining rice is extra after the harvest. The price will be doubled. Only members are allowed to buy a limited amount. Li Yi shook his head. 1 dou more than 2 qian was not attractive. Oh! Zhang's son Xian expressed that she had learned something. Go around from the front and go back. Li Yi did not plan to finish looking at the rice fields in one morning. Now he was at a nearby place. It would take him a day to go back and forth from a distant place. There were not many weeds on both sides of the road. The people had planted basil and poppy. The poppy flowers were blooming. The poppies now belonged to the small gourds. There were no big gourds. The small ones could also be cut. Many of the poppy gourds had holes and black marks on the sides. After being cut, the cut pulp would be sent to Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial physician. The newspapers told the people that perilla and poppy were both medicine. Perilla could be eaten by oneself, but poppy had to be processed. Those who were not sick would get sick if they ate it. The commoners harvested the pulp and sold it to the Li family Zhuangzi for a sum of money. There were a lot of perilla leaves, and they weren't worth much. They were usually used as pickles, sauces, and condiments at home. The Li family Zhuangzi offered a high price for the seeds. When passing by a house, there were lentils planted around the fence. If one climbed along the fence, there were also gourds. One could reach out and touch them, but passers-by wouldn't touch them. There were fine hairs on the gourd. If the gourd was knocked off, it would no longer grow. A child's parents were unable to teach the child to read and write, but they could teach the child etiquette and morals. If a child stealthily plucked cherries from the neighbor's house and brought them home, the parents would bring the child over to apologize. Usually the neighbors would give him more cherries and 2 bunches of grapes. Li was happy to see this. He threw things from house to house, such as rock candy and fructose. Fructose had a short shelf life, so once the fruits were boiled into sugar, he would give it to them. Li Dongzhu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Have something to eat. Take a bag of cherries with you. Don't stop me. Dongzhu doesn't allow outsiders to come near him. You know I won't hurt Li Dongzhu. Take it and give it to Li Dongzhu. You can't eat things of unknown origin. I see. You just don't want me to give you anything. It's just a bowl of cherries. Someone ran out to return the gift, but was stopped by the winged knights. He was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Li would occasionally visit other people's houses to check on their livestock and poultry. He would also ask about the situation. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren were nervous. They were afraid that the people would speak ill of the Yamen. When it came to the other patrolling officials, the people didn't dare to speak too much. They were afraid that the local officials would take care of them. In front of Li, the people didn't care. Once they had evidence, or if they couldn't produce any evidence, they would say it. After they finished speaking, the Li family Zhuangzi would investigate. The cow is carrying a calf? How many months has it been? Why is her belly so big? Li came to a house. This family had a large yard and raised 3 cows. One of them was marked as belonging to the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, 2 cows were enough to plow the land. Renting an extra cow was a problem. A cow with a big belly and a calf couldn't work too hard. The calf was worth a lot of money. Li Dongzhu, according to the days, there are still 3 months left. Maybe the calf is big. The owner was happy that a noble had come to visit. Dongzhu, it should be 2 calves. My family used to raise cows. If we take this one back, it won't be easy for her to give birth. We have people who can help her at a critical moment, one of the winged knights said. He was worried that this family wouldn't know how to deal with it. When the time came, the mother and the 2 calves would all die. Without 3 cows, it wouldn't be surprising if this family fell sick. Okay, take it. Li also judged that it was twins. The probability of twins was low. The Li family Zhuangzi had a large number of cows, so it was inevitable that they would come across them. Big Flower, you're in luck. The owner of the cow smiled. Even if he was told that the cows were dead, he wouldn't suspect that the Li family Zhuangzi killed them on purpose. You go with them or find someone familiar with the cows. Don't be frightened. When we arrive, the cows will naturally calm down when they see other cows. Li didn't take the cows. Cows were intelligent. Ask my child to go. He's in school for 2 days. Go find him. The owner immediately chose someone. The palace maids and eunuchs gave a look of approval. Amazing. He knew to send the children to the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many benefits, and he didn't need to be watched. Let's go to school together. Then send someone to the drunken immortal house to ask for food. We'll eat the food in the school cafeteria. The rest will be taken care of by the drunken immortal house. Li changed the itinerary at the last minute and didn't go back to the boat to eat. He also didn't eat the food brought by the group. It was hard to make and expensive. The winged knights went out to report. They didn't care where they ate and what they ate. The big flower was pulled by its owner to follow the group. From time to time, it would look at other people's things. Go and buy a piece of bean cake to feed the cows. The group walked to a grain shop. Li looked at the cows and ordered. The bean cake was now used to feed people. The bean cake that had been squeezed out of oil was steamed. The oil wasn't completely squeezed out, but the protein was still good. A large piece of bean cake was carried over. It was placed in a sack and smashed. The owner of the cow held the smashed bean cake with both hands and placed it in front of the cow. The cow started to drool and eat. The cow didn't have a good sense of taste, but it knew what was good for it. After it finished a handful, the cow was still hungry. It was too little. Can I have more? Then the winged knights took the remaining bag of bean cakes and left. The cow followed them even more actively. It knows that it has a child in its stomach and needs to eat protein and calcium. When it returns to Zhuangzi, it needs to be fed bone powder. After it gives birth, one cow has to feed 2 children. The nutrition needs to be ensured. It's written in the newspaper. Li Yi said to the owner of the cow. What he meant was that he wrote it in the newspaper. Why didn't you feed it? My family is building a new house. So, I won't do it again. The owner of the cow understood and lowered his head. It doesn't matter if the house is built later. You're not in a hurry to use it for your son's marriage. If the cow dies, Li Yi suppressed his anger and tried to reason with the owner. The cow with the calf didn't walk fast. Before they reached the school, a group of people arrived first. Bai Gu jumped down and stood in front of the school gate. He clenched his fist and said, Shaoyi, you didn't expect this, right? Watch how my disciple overpowers your disciple. Chapter 1666. Lantian County School would end in 10 minutes. A large group of people arrived. The instructor bowed first and led them to the side to rest. He didn't lead the chancellors into the classroom, stop the class, and then introduce the important figures to the children. That would be meaningless to the children. It would only satisfy the vanity of the important figures. Even if Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu came personally, they were not allowed to disturb the children before the class ended. So what if they were chancellors? The county school is overjoyed that the chancellors came personally. I'm honored. The instructor took out his treasured tea and brewed it for the 4 of them. The others ignored him. The second-class tea leaves represented his position. There was a mark on the tea box. Those who understood, understood at a glance. Those who didn't still didn't understand. The instructor took out the second-class tea leaves. Think about it. Where did I get it? It can't be seen in the market, right? Instructor Han, you've worked hard. To be able to get the tea from Li family Zhuangzi, you must be extraordinary in education. Zhang Jiling was afraid that some people didn't understand, so he reminded them. If the instructor didn't have good results in teaching, would Li Yi give him tea? We usually drink third-class tea. The second-class tea is too rare. Of course, if you shamelessly ask Li Yi for it, you can also get the first-class tea that you drink while eating. The third-class tea is also edible. It's not very tender. Is the class ending in the afternoon? Bai Gu was anxious and asked patiently. The instructor looked up at the clock. There was a clock in his county school. 6 minutes. The teacher usually doesn't hold classes. There will be plenty of time in the future. The instructor replied respectfully. The teacher who was willing to hold classes was a good teacher. It wasn't that there was a problem with the teaching schedule. It was that the teacher suddenly had an inspiration during the class and wanted to teach more knowledge to the children. If a teacher taught well and the children didn't move when the class ended, they wanted the teacher to talk more. The teacher was proud of this and raised his chin when he walked. For example, when Li Yi taught in Zhuangzi, once the class ended, no matter if it was a student or a child, they were all disappointed. It ended just like that. I've heard that there's a child in the academy. He's 9 years old this year. He was originally from the Yin city of Guangzhou and grew up in the sorrowful field square. Bai Gu wasn't in the mood to drink tea. Even if he was given tranquilizer, it wouldn't calm his restless heart. At this moment, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline 3 times in a row. He was in a state of absolute excitement. Bai Zaifu, are you talking about Li Fuquan? Teacher, you asked even though he already knew the answer. There was only one child from Yin City who was recommended here by a friend. That child had been taught by him, and now he had nothing left to teach. There were hundreds of books, and they were all annotated. He flipped through and memorized them. Now he could only teach them the principles of life and calligraphy. That child's handwriting was not good. He had never learned it since he was young. No matter how talented he was, he still had to practice. Oh, so he's also a national surname. There's no hurry. Which class does he attend? Baigu pretended to be calm as he spoke contradictory words. There's no class today, so I went out early in the morning. The teacher didn't have the intention to mock him. Who knew that the child wouldn't be tempted? How can there be no class? Sui followed up and questioned. The teacher looked at him and picked up the teacup to drink tea. You're the chancellor, so I won't accompany you even if you talk nonsense. If that child still needs to attend class, will the four of you come together? Where did you go? Sui immediately corrected his mistake. The school secretary went to the county to test the child. After a while, he didn't dare to ask questions because the child would ask back. For example, he asked the child, the so-called pacification of the world is done by governing the country. The elderly are old and the people are filial. What is filial piety for? The child might answer, filial piety is filial piety, teaching is teaching. The elderly are old, and elderly are old people. After answering, he would ask the examiner again, restraining harmony is filial piety and not treachery. So, filial piety is filial to the elderly? The examiner would tremble. I asked you about filial piety in Deshui, and you answered with Mencius. Then you turned around and asked me about filial piety in Shangshu? At least I know that you answered with Mencius and asked about Shangshu. But what about the next one? Do I still dare to ask? If I can't answer your question, that's asking for advice. Sui was enlightened. How can the county school teach such a child? Li made a newspaper. How can he make such a scary child? How many children in the world are delayed because they didn't learn how to read? It is said that the child only learned for a year. Where can't he go? The teacher didn't know where the child went. He always ran and sometimes brought back wild fruits for him. Every 10 days, the child would buy soybean oil, salt, rice noodles, and meat and send them to the county's sorrowful field square. The rest of the money was bought candy and distributed in the county school. Children from rich families respected him. This child was wild. He went to the river to fish for prawns. He saw a tortoise and wanted to catch it. The tortoise bit his finger. Ordinary people would think of putting the tortoise in water or blocking its nostrils. But he opened his mouth and bit the tortoise's neck. The tortoise's head was bitten off. The tortoise was brought back and said that it was to make soup for the teacher. He was good at studying and wild. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? In the county school, if anyone dared to bully this child, he would take a ruler and hit them. Outside the county school, the children who bullied this child avoided him. If they couldn't avoid him, they would nod and bow. There is still a place for him to go. Song Jing didn't know how wild this child was. He felt that the child was not disciplined. When he became his disciple today, he would be strict with him. He could not be undisciplined. Song Jing made a decision, and a series of operations on how to teach the child was clear in her mind. Gong, gong, the bell rang. Everyone, it's lunchtime. Do you want to eat in the school? The county school provides meals according to the number of students. The teacher frowned and asked. Everyone understood. There wasn't much extra food. If they wanted to eat here, then the child might, let's go back to the cruiser and find Xiao-Yi to eat. Baigu regretted that his team didn't bring food. First, there were no winged knights to protect them. Second, there were no palace maids or eunuchs. The winged knights were not under their control. They had the 16 guards with them. The 16 guards were not field soldiers, who would bring supplies with them. The palace maids and eunuchs were also not under the control of the Prime Minister. They belonged to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Secretaries, the Ministry of Secretaries, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Officials, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Punishments, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War. The best logistics department was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi's Ba Shui regiment. They also didn't have any. Everyone knew that they couldn't steal the child's food. Let's go. They sent someone to find out where the child went. The county school was too irresponsible. Less than 5 minutes after they left, Li Yi's team arrived. Just in time for lunch. Look at what the children are eating. Li Yi smiled and said to Wang Wei and Meng Haoren, Gang Ro, there will be meat. Don't look at us. We have other arrangements. There are 3 county officials. Wang Wei was afraid. He wanted to draw his sword. If the food in the county school was not good, he would kill. Meng Haoren said it should be fine. I remember that the money is allocated. To prevent corruption, it is allocated once every 10 days. There are also bailiffs and officials patrolling the county. Take out the canned food. The taste and texture of the canned food is different from normal food. The children will like it. Li Yi left someone alive in advance. If the food was bad, at least there would be canned food. He could deal with them later to reduce the negative publicity. Chapter 16, 67. Deputy Wang, Deputy Meng, oh my. Inspector Zhang's son is here too. This must be Li Dongzhu. When the mentor saw the newcomers, he recognized the first 3 and cupped his hands in greeting. When he saw Li Yi surrounded by maids and eunuchs, he bowed to the ground. Brother Pan Jian, there's no need to do this. With you in charge of the Lantian County School, His Majesty can rest assured. Li Yi greeted him and even said his name. His words made the mentor's eyes wet. The 4 chancellors were here, but they didn't know his name. They were so arrogant. Luckily, they weren't the ones in charge of the Tang dynasty. They didn't care about the Lantian County School, only a genius child. Li Dongzhu, are you here to look for Li Fuquan? The mentor asked softly when he saw Li Yi also getting up. He was bitten by a poisonous snake. I brought him back to the ship for treatment. He needs to rest for 10 days to half a month. His calf was bitten 4 times, but it's okay. Li Yi went forward and held the mentor's arm. We have food. Only the few of us will eat with the children. We brought canned food. If today's food isn't arranged well, the children won't lack anything. If there's even a grain of sand in the rice, I'll give you my head. The mentor patted his chest and promised. The 4 chancellors were here just now. They asked Li Fuquan and found out that he wasn't here. It was lunchtime, so they had to go to your cruiser. The mentor reminded him. It was quite urgent. You have to understand why they went there. If they met Li Fuquan, they might. Brother Pan Jian, you should congratulate me and Fuquan. The child was bitten by a snake because he was picking fruits for me. He was willing to worship me as his teacher in pain. I saw his sincerity, and we were fated to meet. So I'll take him as my disciple. Li Yi smiled and winked at the mentor. Ha ha ha. The mentor laughed. We are indeed fated to meet. That child is good. He earned money from school and gave it to the Grief Tian Square. He also went to fish and pick fruits for us. His right index finger has a scar. He caught tortoises. I'll have to take a look when I get back. Don't hurt your nerves. His personality is similar to that of Zhang Wenwu's, killing lone wolves. Li Yi was happy. He was happy for his second disciple's actions. He was willing to give money to Grief Field Square and was filial to his teacher. Most importantly, he was quick-witted. If a tortoise bites its finger, why don't you just bite its neck? Ordinary people wouldn't have thought of this. Just like a dog trainer who is not afraid of being bitten by a big dog, he would give you an arm to bite and use his own weight to wrap his legs around you. The other arm would strangle your neck and end it, or give you one arm to bite and the other hand to stick in your eyes. I also know that child. His grades are good. The tutor was willing to talk to Li Yi because Li Yi behaved naturally. Dongzhu, we've delivered the item. On the way, we met the Chancellor's team. They asked us, and we said that it was free of charge. We didn't mention the details. The Chancellors seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry after asking. Looking at the direction, they should be heading to the cruiser. Someone from the Drunken Immortal House came over and reported to Li Yi. Good. You haven't eaten, have you? Let's go together. Li Yi saw that the food had arrived and did not care about the chancellors. The few of them entered the county school cafeteria. The cafeteria had the same style as the Li family zhuangzi. The difference was that it was not self-service. The children's plates had 7 grids. 5 grids were for vegetables, 1 for rice, and 1 for fruit. The grids for rice and fruit were bigger, while the other 5 grids were smaller. The children's actions were to start with scrambled eggs. This was an extra dish. 5 grids, 2 meat and 3 vegetables. The group of children queued up. The amount of scrambled eggs on the table was pitifully little. The children were afraid that they would not be able to eat it, but none of them cut the queue. When the big plate of scrambled eggs was finished, the person who got the rice brought out another plate. Li Yi and the others looked and wanted to laugh. It was obvious that there were many dishes. Although the sign on the plate said that it was limited today, there were still many. The tutor whispered, "Some children don't like to eat eggs, some don't like to eat onions, and some don't like to eat at this time. The limited dishes are allowed to be added on top of the rice." "Good job." Li Yi gave a thumbs up. This was amazing. 2 meat and 3 vegetables. If the extra dishes were added on top of the rice, the children would feel that they had profited. They would eat less if they could not get the extra dishes. In fact, this was prepared for them to correct their prejudices. After getting the food, they had to finish it. They could get less rice or even not get any rice at all. The children here were not like the Li family zhuangzi. The Li family zhuangzi children were obedient. They would get whatever they were told to eat. In the end, there were more than 20 children left in the queue. The scrambled eggs were gone. The person who got the food controlled the amount of each spoonful. The 20 children were very annoyed and turned to get other dishes. In fact, it was impossible to eat less. They just needed to eat more. But they felt that they were too late. There are more dishes, right? There are children who live in the school. Do you want to eat them at night? Li Yi asked quietly. Li Dongzhu is really good at predicting things. Even if the weather is hot, they can still be cooked at night. Don't let the children fight for it. They are picky eaters. There must be children who can't get it. The children who don't eat chives, garlic, cucumbers, garlic, and scallions are eating them now. The mentor casually praised and then said with a smile. He was not surprised that Li Yi could see the situation. I have some grade 2 tea. I will send it to you in a while. Li Yi liked this kind of mentor. He studied child psychology and put it into practice. Let's get the plates. The scrambled eggs are gone. Don't look for trouble. Li Yi took the lead to get the dishes. The palace maids, eunuchs, farmers, winged knights, and the others ate the box meals sent by the drunken immortal house. They ate similar to the children. They did not take out the kin food. The canteen was really good. Li Yi got a serving of garlic and celery stir-fried meat, which he did not like. He also got tomato strips, braised rabbit meat, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. The soup was watermelon skin and spare rib soup. The watermelon was a plate. Sure enough, it's good to have money. Li Yi sighed. Lantian County had a lot of money and had allocated sufficient funds to the county school. The cost of a meal for the children was enough to feed an ordinary family of 5. If they did not eat meat, it was enough to feed them for a day. I have to thank the county officials for educating the people. The mentor was sensible and praised in front of Meng Haoren and Wang Wei. It's my duty. Wang Wei quickly said modestly. I don't dare to embezzle. Meng Haoren said honestly. The county clearly had special funds. If they embezzled, they would definitely not let a temporary worker take the blame and get a simple warning. Once they were investigated, they would be demoted from the top to the bottom and then exiled. The treatment of teachers like us has improved. It is more than 5 times what it was a few years ago. There are also additional benefits. Every time there is an exam, the children get rewards. We also get money and things. If we meet students who are disobedient and slow to improve, we will beat them. When the mentor talked about beating the students, he was in high spirits. If the parents of the children supported him, he would usually hit the hands and buttocks. However, he did not slap or kick them. Slapping was an insult. Kicking would cause trouble. Li ate and did not comment on this. So be it. Chapter 1668. The children ate quietly. They didn't play or talk. The girls ate together. They all looked very quiet. The courses they studied were the same as the boys. The requirements for learning progress were more focused on mathematics. When they married in the future, they could help their husbands manage the family affairs. Educated women were treated differently from uneducated women. The Tang dynasty didn't think that women should be untalented. If a man married a knowledgeable wife or daughter-in-law, he could discuss the family affairs. When the children were born, the children would receive education earlier. Even if the children went to school and said that they didn't know the knowledge after school, the mother could teach them. It was not like the couple didn't know anything. The father beat them and said, "What did you learn in school?" The girls were sensible. They cherished the opportunity to go to school and study hard to get a scholarship. They didn't have to stop studying and work because the family lacked a labor force. At school, they ate better at noon and ate more. At home, they didn't eat meat and ate less. Tomorrow morning, there was breakfast at school. Boys had their own thoughts. The pressure of life fell on the children of poor families early. Li observed while eating and smiled. These children were the future of the Tang dynasty. They competed with each other inside the Tang dynasty and crushed other countries outside the Tang dynasty. The welfare of a social education system. If other countries wanted to catch up, they would be exhausted. Starting next year, we'll increase the teaching content of applied subjects. I've already written the book. We just need to wait for the right time. Li told the mentor that the mentor was good. He planned to promote the mentor. Then, the mentor wanted to ask, but he held back. When the train starts operating and the new seeds of the Tang dynasty, there will be more. Some seeds need several years to cover the Tang dynasty. Some seeds need less time, such as sweet potatoes, which can be solved by cutting technology. First, we'll give them to the big families and ask them to promote. They'll plant first and then exchange with the people according to a calculated price. Li said the seeds first. The local government had a hard time promoting them. Some of them even directly gave them to the big families with good relations. Since that was the case, they should directly give them to the big families. The big families planted first, and the income per moo would be more. Other farmers would be willing to follow. The mentor was agitated as Li told him this. He then turned to worry. If the big families don't listen, the yamen will have to keep an eye on them. Between the yamen and the big families, sigh. Let's do it in batches. Plant sweet potatoes first. Tell the big families that we won't be promoting them. We won't be giving out any other good seeds. How many good seeds we can get will depend on the effect of promotion. Li had long since made arrangements to tempt them with benefits. The mentor was enlightened. That's a good idea. Where does the train stop? Transportation is more convenient and profitable. Some people don't understand the situation and think that the money earned from the train belongs to the imperial court. The more money the imperial court has, the less people will dare to cause trouble. Li explained the suppression of the aristocratic families from another perspective. The imperial court had the money to raise an army. The Tang dynasty would only be stable if it had more soldiers. Whoever was not convinced would be beaten until they were convinced. The mentor suddenly looked at Li with admiration. He was 2 rounds older than Li. Li Dongzhu, the Tang dynasty is lucky to have you. We will work hard. The mentor was suddenly depressed. He was old. Brother Panjian, you can't enjoy leisure. You have to carry a burden. In the future, you will have a heavy responsibility. Remember not to forget your original intention. Li slowed down and emphasized the words. Carry a burden? What kind of work? Except for Li Dongzhu, you mean? The mentor instantly understood, and his eyes widened in surprise. Congratulations, Mentor Han! Congratulations, Mentor Han! Mentor, remember to treat us to a drink. Zhang Sun Xian, Wang Wei, and Meng Haran congratulated him at the same time. He. The mentor chuckled. He was going to be promoted. As he laughed, he showed an angry expression. The 4 ministers came over. Why didn't they promote him? Humph! Serves you right for not being able to find a good disciple. You don't deserve your position. Bai Gu, who was preparing to board the yacht, also laughed in a special way. What did Xiao Yi say? Yes, you can wear out iron shoes to look for something, only to find it by chance. The child was bitten by a snake. Good. No, he was not bitten. Good. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Gu's people finally found out that Li Fuquan was bitten by a snake. Li Yi flew to save him and was now recuperating on the cruiser. Song Jing was also happy. I searched for him thousands of times, but when I looked back, he was in the dim light. The key is that Li Yi is not here. Li Yi went to look at the land. Haha. Su Yi thought that his biggest competitor was gone. Zhang Jilin was silent and looked at the people around him. The people brought their things to the yacht. A handful of spring onions, a dozen eggs, 2 fish, a small bamboo tube of honey. They knew that Li Dongzhu did not lack anything. The people were worried that the yacht would not be able to fit everything, so they brought very few gifts. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were writing down the accounts and recording what they took. When they saw the fleet of carriages, the people all hid to the side. They looked calm and bowed slightly. Zhang Jilin felt very uncomfortable for a moment. He could see that the people's behavior was the etiquette for the position of prime minister. When drunken immortal houses fleet passed by, the people stood to the side with smiles on their faces and waved. When the people heard that Li Yi was there, they quickly followed the people next to them. This showed that the people respected the position of prime minister, but recognized Li Yi's virtue. The two were different, okay? The people respected whoever was in the position of prime minister. Wherever Li Yi was in the position, the people were the same. The prime minister moved, but Li Yi did not waver. Zhang Juling was homesick. He enjoyed the same treatment in his hometown. Get on the yacht. Aya, there's no hurry to eat. Let's take a look at the child first. The child is injured, so we should feel the same. Bai Gu rubbed his hands and stepped onto the plank. The others followed. Only 4 people were allowed to go. Fortunately, there was food sent over. They could eat outside. Wasn't there a shed? After the announcement, Bai Gu and the others finally saw Li Fuquan, Li Dan, the little girl, the little fellow, Sin Qian and Meng Yifu. There's no hurry to eat. You've already eaten. Eat watermelon. Listen to me. The little girl fed Li Fuquan a piece of watermelon. Li Fuquan had been bitten by a poisonous snake and needed to increase his body's metabolism. At the same time, he needed to reduce edema. Eating watermelon was just right. Li Fuquan felt a strong warmth and looked at his senior sister. It was said that this senior sister did not have long to live. With the help of the master, she was like him, having a photographic memory. This subject, by Go, greets the retired emperor and the imperial prince. The 4 of them were allowed to enter and bowed first. You have worked hard for the country and the people. Today, you are experiencing the people of Lantian County? Li Dan's heart was as clear as a mirror, but she pretended to ask. In reply to the retired emperor's question, we are mainly here because of the cooperation of Lantian County's Dr. Li in planting in the Sandy Land. We also heard that there was a supernatural power in the county that should be an auspicious sign for the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu looked at his disciple and tried to act as perfect as possible. Grandpa Bai, are you talking about me? But I'm more low-key and very stupid. How can I be called a child prodigy? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked with an innocent expression that said, I really don't know why you are here. Chapter 1669. The 4 ministers looked at the little lass's fluttering eyelashes and inexplicably felt a trace of unease. Our Qingdai is naturally a child prodigy, but I heard that there's another smart child in Lantian County. His surname is Li, and his name is Fuquan. Su Yi tried to make his smile as sincere as possible and told the little girl to look at Li Fuquan. Sister Qingdai, can my legs still be healed? I still want to go back to school. If you learn and practice, won't you say that you're lazy? If you have friends coming from afar, won't you be happy? If you don't know and don't get angry, won't you be a gentleman? Tell us that we can't talk about it when we have time to learn. If someone comes from afar, we should play music. People shouldn't get angry because they don't know. That's not a gentleman. Li Fuquan raised his body and looked at his leg as he spoke to the little girl. The little girl bit her lips and nodded. She couldn't open her mouth, otherwise she would laugh. Bai Gu and the others. They were a little confused, and their heads were buzzing. A child prodigy? How could a child prodigy, who could comprehend the Analects of Confucius in such a way as to comprehend the Confucian Analects of Confucius? The other little friends were also a little confused. Just now this little brother had said, Fu Qian is the best in the world. His virtue is always easy to detect danger. Fu Chong is the smoothest in the world. His virtue is always easy to detect danger. The Book of Changes was explained very well. It was similar to what the little sister usually said, and they could understand it. Why did it suddenly change? The little girl's big eyes widened and rolled around. She suddenly asked, Little brother, you know that if 3 people walk together, one of them will be my teacher. Choose what is good and follow what is bad and change what is bad. What do you mean? It's simple. It means that if 3 people walk together, one of them will be my teacher. If he does something right, tell him to continue. If he does something wrong, tell him to correct it. Li Fuquan gave the answer as soon as he opened his mouth. Bai Gu and the others. Ha 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 ha. Li Dan couldn't hold it in any more. She slapped her thigh and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The little girl glanced at her junior brother and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The little friends understood that the little brother did it on purpose. Bai Gu and the other 3 didn't look too good. They could tell that this child's character was very bad. No matter how talented he was, he could not be a good disciple. Say it again. How can a threesome compare to my teacher? If you say it well, I'll give extra funds to Inqing School and Sorrowful Field Square in Guangzhou. If you say it badly, I'll reduce it. Bai Gu's face darkened as he threatened. He was angry. You dare to make fun of the Imperial Chancellor? The teacher of the 3 people, the teacher's knowledge, the importance of learning is virtue. Therefore, there is a saying, although the wife is beautiful in nature, but her heart is wise, she will certainly seek the help of a worthy teacher. Teachers rule the world, not just 3 people, but also not just a few people. Heaven, earth, and people can all become teachers. Teachers should learn from Meng Mu. Meng Zi was born with a virtuous nature and was taught by his mother when he was young. The teacher of the Duke of Zhou, the teacher not only learns, but also has a position. The teacher of the county is the teacher. The teacher of the emperor is also the teacher. Li Fuquan became serious. Regarding matters of his hometown, he started with Sun Zi, then moved on to Mencius inscription, and finally changed to Shangshu. He explained all aspects of the journey of the 3 people. How can there be a teacher to me? Actually, the teacher of the Duke of Zhou, the beginning of the teacher is also to pass down the Tao, to impart knowledge and to dispel doubts. The Emperor of Zhou, looking for a teacher, has the duty of summoning the Duke of Zhou as the guardian, and the Duke of Zhou as the teacher. The little lass followed and changed the content of Shangshu. That's it, that's him. Qingdai Yu. Sai. I don't have the ability to defy the heavens. Bai Gu looked at the 2 children and liked them. This was what he wanted. Song Jing and the other 2 stared at Li Fuquan. Even Zhang Juling couldn't help but have the desire to take him in as a disciple. He was only 9 years old. If a 9-year-old child was asked, there would definitely be a teacher among the 3 people walking together. He wouldn't answer something like, among the 3 people walking together, there would definitely be a person who can be my teacher. Instead, he used other books to analyze what this teacher actually was and linked it all the way through. This wasn't the imperial examinations, and there was no time limit. After asking, he would immediately answer. Why did this feel like when Gang Ro was asking about politics? That was called smooth. The 4 chancellors were satisfied. Just this sentence of the Analects of Confucius. Even if they asked the assistant minister, he wouldn't be able to give an answer immediately. Their little friends widened their eyes and looked at each other. At the same time, they shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. This little brother was indeed amazing. However, it seemed that this little sister understood and even knew how to continue. This little sister had always been amazing. No wonder the school secretary gave an abnormal evaluation after just 1 question and didn't take the test again. Zhang, Jilling expressed his understanding towards the school secretary who came to take the test. Yes, he was too domineering. Ask him why he planted plum blossoms in winter. He will bring you to the greenhouse he planted. There are also peonies and peonies inside. Su Yi also sympathized with the school secretary. This child was so strong that he couldn't be reasoned with. Next year, there will be a child prodigy examination. Bai Gu wanted to choose a child prodigy. Naturally, the child would be a child prodigy. If he passed the examination, he would be an official. Let's take the elementary scholar examination. Song Jing felt that the elementary scholar examination was no longer suitable. The most powerful elementary scholar examination. The Tang dynasty hadn't taken this examination for many years. The advanced scholar examination and the elementary scholar examination. The elementary scholar examination was second to the elementary scholar examination. If he passes the elementary scholar examination at the age of a child, this current affairs strategy will be difficult, unless Gang Ro teaches him personally. Zhang, Juling thought about it. Li Yi was suitable. My master hasn't taken the imperial examination. What's the use of taking the imperial examination? The little girl didn't want her junior brother to become the target of public criticism. Yes, the imperial examination is useless to your master, but doesn't mean it is useless. You can't take it? I'll give you a separate elementary scholar examination. I'm sure you'll pass. Everyone is waiting for you to learn more skills and save lives in the future. Bai Gu was helpless. The save lives he was talking about referred to the women in the harem. The little girl was a girl. Women's diseases were the most convenient to treat. Didn't you see that there was an official position called the Empress Palace Advisor? In the entire Tang dynasty, there was no doctor who knew how to use equipment better than her. The key point was that she was good even without equipment. No, actually it doesn't matter whether I take the imperial examination or not. The imperial examination is about the 4 books and 5 classics. There are also a lot of other books. I just need to memorize them. Then I'll take the current affairs exam. I'm with my master all day. I also know agriculture, handicrafts, economics, water conservancy, diplomacy, military affairs, and so on. Medicine is not for you guys to take the exam. I haven't even memorized all the medical books, let alone practice. I've only seen pictures of many medicinal herbs. The little girl was reasonable. I don't want to take the exam. You guys can have fun. I'm busy. Li Fuquan showed an envious expression. He didn't know many other skills. Bai Zaifu, Song Zaifu, Su Zaifu, Zhang Zaifu. Do you know where my name came from? Li Fuquan. Li Fuquan suddenly called out. Song Jing and the others. How the F*CK could they guess? A 2-word name involved a lot of things. The scene was silent. It was so quiet that it was uncomfortable. After a dozen breaths, Bai Gu said, Is it the meaning of appeasement and tolerance? Bai Zaifu said more or less. After I was bitten by the snake, I also asked my master. My master, and Bai Zaifu almost agreed. My master said that it was Zhou Shuizi's order, because I'm Yin Cheng of Guangzhou, King Yin Yuanzi. To appease the people, Li Fuquan looked at the four Zaifu with a different expression. If one had to forcibly interpret it, it was disappointment, contempt, and pride. Yes, 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 yes. Your master is right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just your master? Baigu was excited. Sure enough, there was someone who could answer. I add this. How could there be a master? Grandpa Bai Fuquan is my junior. The little girl kindly gave a specific answer. Chapter 1670. After the little girl said that, the room became even quieter than before. No, it was cold, and the temperature dropped instantly. Zhang Juling was a little better. He didn't want a disciple in the beginning and just followed along. The other three people's hearts beat faster. Their expressions changed, and their breathing quickened. Their eyes showed that they wanted to devour someone. Aha! Shao Yi, if this child has a disciple, the Tang dynasty will be more stable. In terms of talent, no one can beat him. In terms of morality, how many people in the Tang dynasty can choose? Li Dan coughed and said in a moderate voice, the three people who wanted to devour someone returned to normal in a flash. The nurses next to them put down their hands. They were holding things and preparing for first aid. They knew the situation. When they heard that the chancellors were coming, they quickly took precautions to prevent anyone from dying on the boat. Baigu, Songjing, and Su Yi stood there motionlessly. After a while, Shao Yi has to treat us. This is such a happy occasion. We'll eat until he's poor. Baigu didn't let his tears fall and said with gritted teeth, there's no other way. Child, you've chosen the right master. If it's someone else, you'll kill your master. Su Yi accepted the reality. They were all fighting for a disciple. If it was really him, would he be able to protect her? Wouldn't the chancellor's disciple be killed? Li Yi should spend more effort to teach her. Song Jing thought he was cheated. He figured out many things. Why did the child act like that when she was talking about the Analects of Confucius? She didn't want to be chosen by the four of them. She was so young and so calculative. What's wrong with morality? Is it wrong to live for oneself? After Grandpa Bai threatened, junior brother agreed to sacrifice himself by saying that he was a student of Yinqing County in Guangzhou and was close to Sorrowful Field Square. If this virtuous person loses out on this trip, and the chancellors come to interrogate him for the sake of their own selfish desires, what kind of reasoning is that? The little girl was unhappy. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. Sanctimonious. The little girl was angry. What are you doing here? We're sorry. The four of them reacted quickly and admitted their mistakes. They didn't want the first prince to think about it when he became the crown prince and then the emperor. Thank you for your hard work. Servants, prepare the meal. Li Dan looked at Song Jing with a hint of dissatisfaction. The four of them retreated. The three of them were also complaining about Song Jing in their hearts. What was he saying? Senior sister, did you cause trouble for master? Li Fuquan was a little scared. Don't worry about it. Master said that instead of trying to please those who are against you, it's better to give kindness to those who are good to you. When making umbrellas, one must pray for rain. When harvesting wheat, one must pray for sunshine. When selling charcoal, one must be willing to be cold all the time. Whosoever accuses another, how often does he question himself? Since when did those who demanded of others have self-discipline? One has to make a choice in life, and the bright sun must accompany the bright moon. Medicinal herbs attacked yin and yang, and the five elements reinforced and restrained each other. When fate arises, we gather, and when fate ends, we vanish. Lass, please enlighten junior brother. Don't expect everyone to acknowledge you. Cherish the people in front of you. Master is indeed different from others. Senior sister, I need a few days to recover. It's quite painful. Li Fuquan pointed at his calf that was bitten. It hurts. One is the pain from the incision, the other is the pain from the swelling. I'll give you acupuncture. You can't take any more medicine. Lass took out a silver needle and alcohol cotton ball from her pocket, wiped it, and gave acupuncture to junior brother. Guangping Yu. The 4 ministers sat in a cabin and waited for their meal. Bai Gu said these 3 words and then closed his mouth. He lied to us. Song Jing was still angry. He was a little kid, but he was very scheming. If it was another occasion, he would have turned around in disappointment after hearing Guangping recite what he had learned and practiced. With the translation, he would have left in a huff. Fortunately, Long Zhe used Yinqing County School and Sorrowful Field Square to force Guangping to speak the truth. Guangping was indeed extraordinary. He chose to forgive him for his previous lies. But, I can't take it anymore. I can't eat anymore. He's angry because he didn't get it. Zhang Juling couldn't stand Song Jing's behavior. All the reasons were fake. The real situation was that his disciple was gone. I'm afraid that Li Yi won't be easy to teach in the future. Song Jing defended himself. At this moment, he was regretting that he had offended someone. He had offended that kid. Forget it. It's easy to get into trouble if he's in our hands. How would we have the time to teach him carefully? Su Yi found another reason for himself to be relieved. You're too much of a bully. Why? Bai Gu lowered his head and thought about Li Fuquan's answer. It felt as comfortable as drinking a big bowl of iced sour plum soup in the afternoon outside under the sun. The kid was only 9 years old. The key was that he had only learned for a year. Reading a book was just flipping pages. Turn a page, glance at it, note it down, and flip it again. Xiao Yi gave many annotations to the books. They were better than the original annotations. One would know the meaning after reading it. Some annotations gave several explanations. The reader would think about which one was correct. The kid wasn't prepared. There were questions for the imperial examinations. If he had time to think and ask face-to-face, he could answer immediately. Ding dong! The food is here. Please take your time and help me get it. For small robots slid in with plates on their heads. The 4 of them were speechless. What is it? Su Yi had never seen a small robot before. Food. The robot replied. I'm asking you what it is. Su Yi asked naturally. It's not a good habit to scold people. Let me introduce myself. I'm 023. I'm very happy to serve you. Take the food. I'm a tentacle-less robot. The robot that delivered the food to Su Yi said to the other party. Is it a mechanical man? Zhang Juling pondered and asked. That's fine too. The small robot that delivered the food to Zhang Juling agreed. What do you know? Song Jing felt that it was interesting. It could talk. It didn't look like a person was hiding in it, singing, chatting, delivering things. The small robot replied. Bai Gu took the plate in a daze while muttering to the small robot in front of him. What do you mean by 3 people walk together and one must learn from me? He was obsessed. It would probably take some time to recover. What does the 3 people with the surname Bai have to do with me? Ha 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 ha. The small robot finished and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The other 3 robots laughed together. Li Yi had a kind of laughter like a toy doll. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. The 4 of them were shocked. Then they listened. Ha 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 ha. The 4 small robots laughed for a while. Suddenly they stopped and lined up. Aya, I'm in a much better mood. What kind of messy explanation is this? Bai Gu said to himself again. It would be good if one of the mechanical men could be brought home. Su Yi looked at the position of the door and couldn't recover for a long time. Be careful not to teach the child bad things. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Juling couldn't help but laugh again. Eat, eat until Xiao Yi is poor. Think about it later. How can we get money from Xiao Yi? Bai Gu drank a mouthful of soup to calm himself down. Everyone don't think too much. The child was bitten 4 times by Verger Glider because God didn't want him to live. Without strength and gentleness, he would definitely die. We don't have the destiny to go against God. Why should we force ourselves to go against God? After all, the child is a person of the Tang dynasty. Zhang, Juling said again and lowered his head to eat. Chapter 1671. Where is Brother Yi? Li Longji's team finally arrived. He walked slowly. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu is having his meal in the county school. The chancellors are on the cruiser. They just received the news and were angered by a child. Minister Song made Shang unhappy. Someone outside the car answered. The news was passed back and forth. Tell me. Li Longji did not blame Songjing. Songjing would not target Shang. Shang was naughty, but it was under control. Under normal circumstances, she was obedient and sensible. She even cared about others. Shang's naughtiness was pushed by Brother Yi. He said that children who were not naughty were not smart. Your Majesty, there is a child who is 9 years old this year. The person outside followed the car slowly and repeated the story. He read from the paper as he spoke. He could recite other things, but Li Fuquan seriously answered that there must be something he could learn from him. There were also some conversations between them that were difficult for him to read. Li Longji listened to what Li Fuquan said and frowned. This child was useless. When he heard the latter part, his expression relaxed. He shook his head. Good, he could be like this at such a young age. So that's how it is. Everyone loves talent, so it's fine. Li Fuquan was sent to the chancellors. What did the chancellors teach him? I think the chancellors of the 2 counties have nothing to teach. It's nothing more than teaching writing and dealing with people. Only in the hands of Brother Yi can he be taught. Our Tang dynasty has another pillar. It's an auspicious sign. Incheon County's Chancellor Yu Degong and Lantian County's Chancellor Yu Degong are the same. Let me take a look. He was bitten 4 times by a snake at such a young age. It must be very painful. Li Longji saw the problem. He was happy and distressed. In the past, when people in the palace were bitten by poisonous snakes, the bites would swell and turn black. It was unbearable to look at. Even if the snake medicine was effective, it would still take a long time for it to disappear. As they spoke, the team arrived and boarded the boat. Li Longji went straight to the inpatient department on the boat. The small robot led the way. Family members, don't worry. The patient is in good condition. My Dongzhu is amazing. No smoking and no loud noises. He did not know what kind of program the little robot had entered, but it had a lot of vocabulary. Can the little mechanical puppet be placed on the Li family Zhuangzi's floor? Li Longji felt that it was interesting. Yes, as long as there is a place to charge, we can charge wirelessly, find a place to stand, and leave after charging. The little robot replied. Should we go there when there's electricity? Without electricity, will they die before they reach their destination? Li Longji was worried. No, central data center. We still have our own hard drives. We can't do it without an electric drive. We'll just have to maintain enough RAM and have others push it over. We can also help each other. We can transmit electricity and push each other. Please let me help you, just like I helped myself. Please let me care for you. As the little robot spoke, it began to sing happily. Li Longji's mood suddenly became cheerful, and he felt a warm feeling. We're here. Everyone, why don't you call His Majesty? The robot arrived at its position and said to the palace maids and eunuchs standing outside, Your Majesty. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed. I'm leaving. I'm going to recharge. My battery can't consume too much power and then recharge. It will affect its lifespan. I raise my head to the blue sky to search for the white clouds that have gone far away, to swim to my heart's content. The robot sang again and slid forward, still as happy as before. Li Longji walked towards the door, and the door opened automatically. The Pythagorean theorem can only be used in a right triangle. The sum of the squares of the 2 right angles is equal to the square of the hypotenuse. This requires a square root. It's not difficult to do. There's an algorithm. When Li Longji entered the room, The little girl was holding a pen and a booklet and explaining the Pythagorean theorem and square root to her junior brother. Li Fuquan was lying there, holding a pencil and a booklet as well, doing simple square root calculations. Li Longji quickly waved his hand, not allowing others to greet him, and bowed slightly to Li Dan. Junior brother, you have to practice calligraphy later. You learned late, but your mind is quick-witted. Your spirit should not be extinguished, but you have to learn to calm your heart. The little girl saw that her junior brother's handwriting was not good, so she added another sentence. The handwriting on the newspaper is good. I haven't been practicing for long, and I'm always reciting books. Was it written by master? Li Fuquan did not feel embarrassed. He knew how to work hard. The Xiaojie words on the newspaper were written by Vice President Zhong. Master Xiaojie is actually very good. Master's other handwriting is more beautiful. Ah, Your Majesty is here. Hello, Your Majesty. My master is not here. As the little girl spoke, she saw Li Longji and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Your Majesty. Li Fuquan followed and said. He looked at Li Longji and felt that it was impolite, so he quickly lowered his head. How's your leg? Li Longji was gratified. The two children were young, but they loved to learn. He looked at Li Fuquan's left calf. It was different from what he imagined. The 4 wounds were cut open, but the swelling was very light. Master treated it. He has been using cold compress intermittently without bandaging it. I performed acupuncture to help relieve the pain, but it will still hurt. The little girl pointed at the needles on Li Fuquan's body. It was not just his left calf. There were needles on the side and front of his left thigh and the side of his right neck. The left leg was painful, and the right neck was pricked. This was the true art of acupuncture. Some people were more sensitive. When they were bathing, they would rub their left calf and their right neck would be numb. If they rubbed their right calf, their left neck would be numb. Li Longji looked closer and was relieved. Brother Yi's medical skills were indeed good. Why were you bitten? When I heard that master was coming, I wanted to pick some wild fruits to become his disciple. I was too impatient and did not see the poisonous snake. Coincidentally, master was nearby. Li Fuquan answered honestly. He did not dare to speak blindly. Why do you want to be Li Yi's disciple? Li Longji asked again. I passed the exam and went to the county school to retake the exam. I'm afraid that the chancellor will take a fancy to me. Li Fuquan spoke the truth. You don't like the chancellor? Li Longji laughed. The chancellor has reincarnation. Master is always virtuous. His Majesty lives in the Li Manor and does not live in the Central Library. Li Fuquan's poetry was not good, but he was still able to make sense. The chancellor is angry because of this matter. Are you afraid? Li Longji's face changed and asked seriously. The chancellor understands. I feel guilty. If the chancellor is angry, my willpower will be stronger. Without the chancellor's magnanimity, he cannot be my master. If he cannot tolerate me, how can he take care of the world? Li Fuquan shook his head. His expression was firm as he answered. Li Longji walked to Li Fuquan's side and rubbed the child's head. So many people have seen me. Their hearts are full of wisdom, but their mouths are silent. How courageous! My head is also itchy. The little lass stuck her head out. Okay, I'll help you scratch it. Ha ha ha! Li Longji stretched out his hand to scratch the little lass's head. You only know how to be mischievous. Empress Wang entered and scolded the little lass. Hello, Empress. Who asked me to be the Empress's servant? The little lass stuck out her tongue. Mother, do you want to hug me? When the little fellow saw his mother enter, he opened his arms and asked, Hug, are you mischievous? Empress Wang grabbed the little fellow's collar with one hand and lifted him up. Empress Wang carried her son and squatted down to hug Meng Yifu, Sinner and Chin. Her actions were light, as if the little fellow was weightless. Chapter 1672. Father, do you want to eat with me? Li Longji knew that his father had not eaten and was accompanying Li Fuquan. Brother, Yi was not here, and Zai Fu was here. Someone needed to be there. Otherwise, brother, Yi would be angry if the child was wronged. Let's eat here. There are 5 words, and they are not small. Next to them is a woman who is giving birth. I went to take a look. The baby boy is very cute. Li Dan liked children now. The more children there were in the Tang dynasty, the better. Okay, Fuquan, what do you want to eat? Li Longji did not disagree with his father and turned to ask Li Fuquan. I don't know. What can I eat after being bitten by a snake? Li Fuquan looked at his senior sister. He did not dare to eat recklessly. What if he died? Master has arranged it. I will use the rice made for you. The rest are all cold dishes. Cold watermelon rind is the rind of the watermelon you just ate. Salted cucumber strips without garlic. Steamed eggplant with sweet sauce. No chopped green onion and coriander. Add a little salt to the kelp. This will test your kidney function. If you add too much salt, your kidney will be under a lot of pressure. If you add too little salt, we need to speed up your metabolism. Your kidney and liver are responsible for expelling the remaining snake venom. When you speed up your metabolism, you can't use hormones. That's why it's so troublesome to be bitten by a poisonous snake. But junior brother, don't be afraid. We have extracorporeal circulation equipment for dialysis. Now that you are alive, it's impossible to let you die. Our master is very powerful. The little girl was afraid that her junior brother would be afraid. She explained to him to comfort him. Can I learn in the future? Li Fuquan was relieved. He was also afraid of death. I will teach you first. I came from a medical family. Then my master will teach you. Learning medicine is very difficult. You will only be happy after you cure someone. The little girl said with a look of, I, as your senior sister, will ensure your success. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fuquan cried. This was the first time he felt at home since he was young. Before he learned Pinyin, he lived in fear in Guantian Square. The people around him were good to him, and he was good to the people around him. However, he always felt uneasy. After he learned Pinyin, he discovered another world. However, he was told by his mentor how dangerous it was. The instructor did not allow him to get full marks in the exam. There were big clans in the area. However, the local great clans were still only local great clans. Their exceptional talents were not something they could possess, so they couldn't protect them. When he was sent to the capital office, he still faced a series of crises. It was only when his master arrived that everything was put to rest, even though he was facing for chancellors. There was a senior marshal sister who was more powerful than him. The retired emperor, the future crown prince, and the winged knights, palace maids, and eunuchs who did not listen to the chancellor's orders. Senior marshal sister went against the prime minister for her. The future crown prince helped her, and the retired emperor chased them away for dinner. His Majesty was still rubbing his head, concerned about his injury. Don't cry. You'll have meat to eat once you're healed. Big pieces of braised pork in soy sauce taste better than mutton and beef. It's not greasy at all. The little girl winked at her junior brother. She knew what was going on with Li Fuquan. He was very meticulous, just like how she knew that she could live for a long time. Her master was always so reliable. Okay, there'll be meat to eat. Li Fuquan understood and looked gratefully at his senior marshal sister. Li Longji didn't quite understand, but Empress Wang Wujiu, Lu Jiu, and the others instantly understood. After coming to this realization, they recalled the past when they were children. All children are sensitive. Humans are social animals. Children must begin to understand the world from a young age, and then find their own place. Many people could not find where they should be in their entire lives because of their desire. The progress of society is because of this. A race that has no desire and works hard for it will be replaced by another race. After dinner, Li Yi returned to the yacht to see his apprentices, and then to the drunken, immortal tavern. He spoke to Zhang Sun Xian and the others. Children are interesting, said Meng Haren with a smile. Tigers never play with children out of boredom, said Meng Haren. Every action of a tiger, including playing with children, is a basic predatory action. When you treat children like toys and toy with them, you're harming them. Children treat you like heaven, but you get pleasure from playing with them. Are you saying that heaven is heartless and treats all living things like straw dogs? When you're old, will children be able to play with you for fun? When a young life regards you as the absolute reliance and trusts you, you tease it for your own pleasure. Then, what right do you have to not let the children you once tease you when you're old? Li Yi spoke of the nature of human nature, which made people uncomfortable, especially Meng Haren, who had children. Gongru, I'll go back and play with Yifu. As a father, I'll teach and respect children. Meng Haren broke out in a cold sweat. Those who play with things lose their will. Those who play with people lose their virtue. Let's encourage each other. When the heavens move, a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. When the earth moves, a gentleman must carry things with his virtue. Li Yi clasped his hands. Proper action and stop are proper circles. Wang Wei clasped his hands. Cultivate one's body and one's family, Zhangsun Exan followed. Raised by the 6 beasts, they can't be killed, Meng Haren said. Enlighten the people. First, correct oneself, and then comfort the people. Li Yi returned the salute. He had deep feelings about this. As an official, how could he teach the people if he wasn't upright? At that time, he had something circulating on the internet. Play, I'm just playing. Some people were disgusted by it. It belonged to decadence. Fearless resistance in a situation where one had no ability. What was he playing? Did he not eat? Did he not provide for his parents? Did he not have a wife or a husband? Did he not have many children? The more screwed people were, the more they would use words like, I'm just playing to express themselves. Li Yi's understanding was not that. He didn't think that these young people who said, I'm just playing were incurable, because they didn't need to be saved. They just talked about it on the internet and found a channel to vent. The reason for such a situation was not that there was a problem with the younger generation of children, but that there's a problem with the system. When everyone knew how corrupt the officials in their cities were, but they were helpless against the mainstream media's sensationalism and brainwashing, they naturally wanted to vent. Li Yi thought about it and shook his head hard to get rid of the troublesome matter. At the end of the year, the train will be connected. There will be a stop here. This stop can be long or short. The older ones will come every 20 minutes. The shorter ones will take more than 5 minutes. Everyone, do you have any thoughts about this? If not, I'll say it myself. Li Yi looked at the 3 people expectantly. The matter was clear. If you have the ability, say it. If you don't, I've already arranged it. Li Yi, I know what you mean. I've also read your books. Give me a specific example. The railway wasn't mentioned in the love letter. I don't know what to do. Can't you tell me? You're always asking and asking. If I can't answer, someone else can? Zhang Sun Exan was unhappy. I don't have the position of Prime Minister. What do you want to do? I'll help you and be done with it. Chapter 16, 73. Meng Haren and Wang Wei had the same idea. The main purpose of the train is transportation. It can also help block floods at critical moments. Usually it is not used, or it can grow into a house. Li Yi saw that others were not willing to think about it, so he decided to talk about it himself. Everyone looked at him and said, Please continue. Currently, there are few pedestrians in the Tang dynasty. Trains are mainly used for transportation. As long as the transportation cost is lower than the cost of traveling by land and water, merchants are naturally willing to spend money. In addition, the Yellow River can't be traveled in winter. They can only travel by land. The weather is cold. Plus the time cost. Even if it is slightly more expensive, merchants will still choose the train. Li Yi first talked about the transportation cost. Money can move the hearts of officials. I think it is quite a lot. Zhang Sun Xian was moved. Although he always did good deeds, it did not affect his happiness when making money. The livestock used for transportation can be used elsewhere. Meng Haoren considered saving the livestock resources. Time is the most important thing for living things. Wang Wei went straight to the point. He loved eating seafood. The reason why the train stops for a long time is related to the amount of goods loaded and unloaded. Oh, it doesn't stop. People go up to load and unload, swing the carriage and connect the carriage. The closer the carriage to the destination, the more it will be connected at the back. After unloading, it will be connected to another carriage. The more carriages there are, the more time it takes. The more goods there are, the more carriages there are. The key is to organize the supply. Li Yi used the utensils on the table to demonstrate how to unload and unload the carriages. The three of them understood. They were waiting here. The local economy is prosperous and the organization is strong. This can be seen from the stopping time of the train. Meng Haoren felt the weight of the responsibility. The officials of Lantian County had to work hard. Collecting taxes, right? Wang Wei considered the problem of money. If you sell in Lantian County, you have to pay taxes in Lantian County, or you can unload the goods and pay taxes. Take the tax receipt and go elsewhere. The taxes are stacked. Li Yi wondered if there should be a policy to refund the taxes. The whole batch of goods would be taxed. After distribution, the wholesalers below would pay taxes again. At the retail end, it was still the same tax. Even if the tax rate of 1 in 30 would become 1 in 10. A batch of goods was 100 CUN. The cost was 80 CUN, and the profit was 20 CUN. The 20 CUN profit would be 10 CUN to the court. Of course, the actual calculation was not like that. At the end of the sales terminal, the sales volume was 100 taels. In the middle and the front, less than 100 taels were collected as the total amount of tax. We will adjust the products and increase the manpower. We will see where we need to build warehouses. Wang Wei promised. As an official, one must do their job well. Where are the people? Zhang Sun Xian knew that the train could carry people. It depends on how many ships the barbarian merchants have docked. The barbarian merchants charge a lot for the tickets. It's 5 times more expensive than the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi originally did not think about barbarian merchants. He only thought that people would bring goods to sell or visit relatives. Tourists would definitely belong to wealthy families. After thinking about it again, would the foreign businessmen want to see Chang'an? Are you willing to stroll around Luoyang? The barbarians were rich, and their consumption would drive the local economy. It's not good for the barbarians to charge a high price for the tickets, right? No matter what, our Tang dynasty is still a great country. Wang Wei was afraid that outsiders would say that the Tang dynasty was not a country of etiquette, so he treated everyone equally. Mao Jie and I had the same idea, so I specially arranged for the carriage. The cushions inside are made of silk, and there are free meals and drinks. We will give the best service to the barbarians, and our own people will sit on ordinary chairs. The barbarians will spend 5 times more money and enjoy 10 times more service. Li Yi followed Wang Wei's words. Look how to talk to Li Yi. Zhang Sun Xian blinked hard. She remembered that she had learned another skill of deceiving people. No, the skill of etiquette. Sure enough, following Li Yi was fulfilling. If she did not oppose Li Yi 2 years ago, how big would her family business be now? The key was that every time she tried to trick Li Yi, she was the one who suffered losses. Meng Haoren looked at Li Yi with that kind of gaze. Our Tang dynasty has gang ro. It's stable. He did not have any psychological burden to deceive outsiders. How much money could barbarians make from buying and selling goods? So, how to attract barbarians to Lantian County is the task of Lantian County officials. We have to be unique. What others have is better, and what others don't have, we have. For example, Lantian County has jade. Do you know how to fake jade? Do you know how to describe a flawed jade as a good jade? Lee looked around. Everyone shook their heads. How to do it? They had never learned it before. I have some ideas. I need to use other materials. If I want to make something old, it will take some time. For example, I can use 2 months to make an ancient jade that looks like 1,000 years old. For jade that is not crystal clear, I can add red veins like blood to it and turn it into a blood jade. Jade that is not good at the start, after processing, it will look oily and smooth. Li Yizhen gave you a few examples to open up a way of thinking. Zhang Sun, Xian grabbed Li Yi's hand. Li Dongzhu, brother, uncle, although I am not talented, I have a filial heart. Master, I am not as good as you. Wrong. You are an elder. Li Yi pulled his hand away. Can an elder order you? Zhang Sun Xian asked expectantly. What do you think? I said processing jade was an example. Li Yi wiped his hands and wanted to find water to wash them. Yes, I want to learn from this example. I don't need to worry about other things. I am a patrol. Zhang Sun Xian still looked at Li Yi. He dared to swear that he sincerely wanted to learn how to fake jade. Oh my God, Li really hit it well. He actually has such a method. If I can learn it, Li Yi ignored Zhang Sun Xian and said to Wang Wei and the rest. I also have a high alcohol content. It is not stored in the cellar. It is close to 80% alcohol. You can use it directly. You can also use a roasted chicken. Serve it on the table, pour the alcohol, and light it up. You can name it Phoenix Bathing in Fire. As for whether it is a phoenix or a phoenix, it depends on whether it is a rooster or a hen. Will it taste better if you light up the alcohol? Wang Wei smacked his lips. No, but the price will be more expensive. Follow this train of thought to provide services to foreign businessmen. We are the state of etiquette. Li Yi emphasized the 4 people in the state of etiquette. Everyone suddenly felt disgusted with these 4 people. No matter how they heard it, it sounded like a derogatory term. Seeing that they were thinking, Li Yi spoke again. After the poppy gourd is cut, keep the gourd. The foreign businessmen have a strong taste. Boil it in soup or braise some dishes. Delicious. Wang Wei smacked his lips again. Try not to eat it. We will use other seasonings. If you eat too much, you will get addicted. It will be uncomfortable. Forget it. I will do it in Zhuangzi. You are not allowed to touch it. Li Yi was worried that they would eat the poppy gourd as a dish. It was actually medicine. It's about time. Let's go back after eating. Li Yi saw that there was nothing left and stood up. Big Flower had a good meal and was brought forward by the young master and Big Master. The young master wanted to go to the Li family, Zhuangzi. When they arrived, the cows were tied up in a shed on the shore. From today onwards, they would have extra meals. Everyone is here? I said I would be here for a few days and then go back. Li Yi saw the lineup outside and understood. Chapter 1674. In the hot spring behind drunken immortal residents, Princess Yongmu and the other noble women were also eating. The pool in the middle was not for people and was used to fetch water. The food was placed on a tray and floated on the water. It was the noble women's first time eating like this, and it felt very refreshing. They had soaked in the tub of the hot spring before and could get water from here. They couldn't get water from other hot springs. Around the capital office, whenever there was a hot spring, it would be occupied by the imperial family. The capital office was too far away, and they couldn't go there just to take a bath. There were many bubbles in the hot spring, and they had a layer of small bubbles on their bodies. With a stroke of their hand, they floated on top. Princess Yongmu didn't care about this bubble hot spring. She had hot spring water from Huaqing Pool and heated it up again. Everyone ate their own food and didn't talk much. They didn't surround Princess Yongmu. Some of Princess Yongmu's female guards were also soaking, while others were strolling on the shore with weapons. Princess Yongmu's people were all around, playing music and singing. Xiaolan had just left and now ran back. She dived into the water and swam to Princess Yongmu's side. Princess, the 4 chancellors and His Majesty are all here. Princess Yongmu raised her eyebrows. Not seeing Li Lang for a day? He's not here to see Li Lang. His Majesty is here because he saw the chancellors come out. The chancellors are... Xiao Lan blabbered on and on about all the information she got. In the end, she smiled slyly. Li Lang took in another disciple with a good memory? That's good news. The newspaper is the most important thing. If the commoners don't have the chance to read, that child might be mediocre for the rest of his life. Even if he learns when he grows up, he probably won't have any intelligence. He'll be busy with 3 meals a day and accept his fate. Princess Yongmu was happy and thought of education for all. For example, the commoners of the capital office. Ever since they learned to read the newspaper, their energy was different from normal. For example, they shouted that the notice posted by the yamen shouldn't be deceived. They hated that they couldn't correct the notice if it was wrong. Princess, if the imperial court wasn't rich and the Grief Field Square didn't have enough funds, that child might have died long ago. As Xiaolan spoke, she looked at the other noble ladies as if she was looking at money. We'll organize another event in a month or so. In the future, when the train is connected, people from Hunan can also go to Chang'an. Princess Yongmu understood what Xiaolan meant. The rich ladies were rich, and the money they earned was used on the people of the Tang dynasty. They pursued the feeling of being high and mighty, and they wanted to see the people of the Tang dynasty lead a good life. There was no conflict, and each of them took what they needed. Princess, we still have a mountain west of Luoyang. We can bring the people here there. Lan knew how much territory her family had. Pigs and chickens were still being raised in that mountain. There were many mulberry trees, and they were all short mulberry trees. Using the method of cuttings to breed roots and transplanting them, one by one they would grow into a large patch, not allowing them to grow taller. It was easy to raise silkworms and harvest mulberries. The farmers in Zhuangzi took turns to be stewards. If there were any new planting and breeding techniques, they would teach the people who went there to learn. The local officials took good care of the forest. No officials had ever gone there to cause trouble. They were good officials. I wonder how the situation there is. I haven't received any letters for a few days. I should raise more pigeons and send them there. Princess Yongmu was very concerned about the place next to Luoyang. That was the base where Li Yi went to help deal with the locust plague. When the others took the imperial examination, he left. 42 students passed the first grade, but he was not there. Yes, I didn't know him at that time. Quick, quick, faster. The rain stopped and the water washed it away. In Luoyang, Hunan, a group of people were riding horses on a road. More than 30 li south of the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain, a village called Zailunan Village was washed away by a mountain flood. After receiving the news, the 3 farmers in charge of the village quickly organized people to rescue them. The informant said that there was a big rock blocking the way. It rained heavily yesterday for the whole day. The sky cleared up and the water on the mountain flowed down. The big rock finally couldn't take it anymore and rolled down, followed by the water. Fortunately, it was morning and the people were not asleep. When they heard the noise, the people in the village quickly ran away. The people ran away, but the houses, pigs, and poultry were all left behind. The horses, mules, cows, and donkeys were all obedient and ran with them. After running to a high place, the people in the village rode on horses and reported that the village was going to Luoyang. Another group of people went to the mountain where the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain was. The third group of people went to the yamen in Feishan County and told them that they didn't expect the yamen to help. The Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people knew about the situation. As soon as the warehouse was opened, the ready-made packages were taken out and hung on the horses, and the hired workers went there. If the road conditions were good, it would take less than 20 minutes to drive there. Unfortunately, the road was not good enough. Even though it was wide and paved with stones, there were still potholes when it rained, including the mountain path up and down the mountain. When it was in the sky, they had to leave at dawn to carry the load. They would arrive outside Luoyang at noon, and it would be dark by the time they got back. This kind of road couldn't be driven by off-road vehicles. The people who were hired all had serious expressions. They usually filled the water, repaired the road, dug ponds, and planted trees. Every few days, they would receive military training. They would line up, walk in unison, march, carry weapons, and ride horses. The others also received military training, but it wasn't as frequent as them. They just needed to know the discipline. They earned more money and had a stronger sense of honor. They thought that they were the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people. From the time they received the news to the departure, it took 5 minutes, including taking things and strapping the horses. Almost at the same time, the village led people to the outside of Henan Prefecture. They didn't even go to where the Luoyang order was. If it was a big matter, they would go to the Henan Prefecture's magistrate. They reported to the higher-ups. Zhang Shua, who was correcting official documents, heard about the situation and met the village chief. I am the village chief of Shao Nanluo village, Ma Jin. The village was washed away by the flood from Feishan Mountain. It's all over. The houses, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and the land are all soaked. The village chief shouted to Zhang Shua, but there were no tears. They had money and ran away with the exchange coupons. The money from the exchange coupons could buy 2 more houses, pigs, and poultry. The village chief didn't know what to do. They couldn't go back. The water was still rushing. The pigs were washed away, and the ducks and geese swam to the shore. They couldn't swim back up and were carried away by the water. Men, gather the people to discuss. Zhang Shua shouted, "You guys discuss. Is there anything to eat? We need to fill our stomachs first." The village chief was angry. "Hurry up and send people. When you first came, you posted a notice saying that there was a disaster and the houses were damaged. The yamen will repair them. What will happen to our village tonight? Sleep outside?" There were many mosquitoes. Luoyang had a complete system of officials. If Li Longji was in Luoyang, he would bring people and directly take their positions. A large group of people came in a hurry. Was there a village that was washed away by the flood? This matter had to be dealt with quickly. If it couldn't be suppressed, there were people from the Li family, Zhuangzi, over there. Would they dare to kill people from the Li family Zhuangzi? Rolls and soup were delivered. There were people selling rolls outside. The village chief brought people to eat and drink. They had to eat their fill first before thinking of a solution. Organize people and go over immediately. The Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, Lang Zhong will lead the team. Check the situation and record the losses. Zhang Shua ordered. He didn't have the time to discuss. There's also black bread and salted vegetables. The village can't start a fire. The pot is gone. The village chief shouted. Chapter 1675. The villagers in the Li family Zhuangzi's group were also eating burritos. They didn't need to buy their burritos. In the mountains, there was a workshop working at night and food was provided 24 hours a day. The villager who reported the news first drank water in big gulps. Now he ate 2 bites of the burritos and drank a mouthful of water from the pot. They left their horses behind and rode the Li family Zhuangzi's horses back. They weren't worried about their horses. These 10 villagers were in much better spirits than the village chief, Ma Jin. They had everything in the group. The highest-ranking official was called Li Guiheng. Originally, his surname was Go, and his name was Gugue. When he came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he followed his family surname and had more than one word in his name. He waited until they reached the top of the hill and said to the villagers, "It's good that you're fine. Everything else is just a small problem. Think about it. Let's build a new house. We'll build a 2nd story." "Yes, yes." A villager swallowed the food in his mouth. "How much will it cost?" "Not much. You know that there's a cement factory and a brick factory on the mountain. Didn't Magistrate Zhang say that if the house is damaged, the yamen will take care of it? They'll pay for the houses. We'll give you the cost price. It's enough to build a second story. Don't pigs and poultry have marks on them? It's better if they can survive and come back on their own. If they're picked up by someone else, they can ask. The land will be delayed. The good soil on the mountain will wash down and fertilize the fields. Li Guiheng tried his best to speak positively. He didn't want to make people sick again. What if the soil that washes down isn't good? What if there's a lot of sand and stones? Another villager still felt that it was better to have a fertile field. In the winter, you can clean up the silt. You're planting new indica rice, so you'll have to soak it in water. If you don't have enough livestock, I'll lend you some when plowing the fields. I'll give you some manpower to build the house. You'll take care of the food. I'll give you some chicks, ducks, geese, and piglets. They're not worth much. Li Guiheng continued to comfort them. Small poultry were the most worthless. Artificial incubation was equivalent to giving them a batch of eggs. We have savings. We can survive. After washing, we'll see if we can find anything. The villager was completely relieved. When the sun was far to the west, the group arrived. The water flow became smaller, but it did not stop. Apparently, there was still a lot of water on the mountain, and there was an opening here. 700 to 800 people stayed on the hillside. The older children brought the younger children to look for wild vegetables and fruits to eat. The adults used their hands to pick wild vegetables, and some even broke branches to weave things. The animals grazed on their own, so it was hard to tell if they were frightened or not. No one in the entire group cried. Even when their house was washed away, they did not shed a single tear. When the Li family Zhuangzi's caravan arrived, the villagers actually smiled. Come over and help set up the tent. Children shouldn't run around. You guys eat first. We'll set up the tent. Li Guiheng shouted and suddenly remembered that everyone had not eaten yet. The food was packed in large wooden buckets. Even the canteen, which provided food 24 hours a day, was emptied in one go, and the canteen would cook again. There was a lot of food that had to be remade, and they still had to send it to the village. In summer, the food wasn't afraid of getting cold, as long as it didn't spoil. Children, elderly women, and men lined up in order to get their meals. There were no stools prepared. Everyone stood or squatted to eat. It was too childish to be fed by adults. House-like tents were set up, and fixed ropes were tied around the stakes that had been smashed into the ground. The place where the windows were opened was picked up, and the screen was sewn there. It was hot in Luoyang at this time of the year. It was so hot that people couldn't stay in their houses and ran to the roof to sleep. For example, during Li's time, some people slept on the sidewalk. There were also factories where the workers didn't live in the dormitory. They bought their own small tents and slept in the open space unless the factory installed air conditioning. The ground inside the tent was covered with felt, so there was no need to cover it with blankets. The most worrying were mosquitoes and bugs. If the bugs crawled in and bit people, they would get red and swollen. Lime was scattered around the tent to block the bugs, and the screen to block the mosquitoes. 2 groups of people can still come before dark. After you finish eating, set up the stove outside. The people behind will send food and household utensils. Soup can't be sent, it's too heavy. Li Guiheng's arrangements were simple. As long as the people's emotions were stable, nothing else was a problem. The men who could work shoveled food into their mouths, chewed a few mouthfuls, swallowed, drank a few mouthfuls of soup, and worked. As they worked, they chatted and laughed, and at the same time, they cursed the heavens and the mountain gods. If it weren't for the mountain torrent and the ruins, it would be impossible to tell that they had suffered a disaster. There were only 3 people in the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave orders and occasionally rubbed the head of a naughty child. In the hearts of the villagers, the 3 of them were the stabilizing force. Their voices made them feel at ease. An hour later, the second group of people from the Li family Zhuangzi mountain arrived. They brought tables, chairs, iron pots, tools, and kerosene lamps. The sky was dark. The third group of people brought food, bacon, seasonings, rice, flour, clothes, and medicine to calm the nerves. The villagers helped them settle down. Several families lived in one tent. The surrounding toilets were dug out and covered with branches and thatch. Wooden buckets were used as vessels for purifying water. After settling the sand and stones, they took the water and boiled it to drink. There was no need for others to teach them about epidemic prevention. They all knew about it because they read the newspaper. Of the 3 villagers, 1 was on duty, and the other 2 were sleeping. They lived here. They needed 24 hours, and one of them had to be active. The villagers on the other mountain did the same. A village of nearly 1,000 people was no small matter. The horses rested and went back. They had to come back later. If Dongju was here, I guarantee that he would do better than us. A villager on the mountain was thinking about what was not done well. He told his companions, "Don't compare yourself to Dongju. Anyway, we did our best. Dongju can fly. Can you fly?" Another villager said, "According to my conclusion, our organizational ability was not strong enough, our response was not fast enough, and our logistics arrangements were not perfect," another villager said. The other villagers nodded. Indeed, they still had to learn. They did not know that many countries in Dongju's era could not do what they did. At that time, some countries were still in a meeting 72 hours after the disaster happened. The leaders bragged in front of the media. The people there were suffering, but it did not stop them from bragging. After bragging, they told the voters to choose their party. "We will bring you happiness. Don't worry." When night fell, the villagers took a bath and changed their clothes. The women who were on their period used clean sanitary pads. No one could sleep. Only the elderly and children slept soundly. The adults were in a state of excitement. A group of flying insects gathered around the kerosene lamp outside the screen. The temperature of the kerosene lamp did not spread into the tent, but the light warmed the heart. An even larger group of people was moving forward with torches. From time to time, there were sounds of paw, paw, and mosquito bites on their faces and arms. Don't worry, I personally brought enough food. When we reach the place, we will arrange a meal. Zhang Shuo rode on a horse and spoke to Ma Jin. His subordinate suggested that he ride a roller coaster, but he refused. He was not afraid that the roller coaster would not be sturdy enough and he would fall. He was worried that the news of him riding a roller coaster would spread to Chang, and he would fall from his position. He would not even have the chance to join the regiment. Xiao Yi was ruthless. He would probably say, "Why don't you ask someone to carry you when you ride a roller coaster when the people are suffering?" Chapter 1676. Ma Jin did not speak much along the way. Only when Zhang Shuo specifically spoke to him did he reply. "Thank you, Magistrate Zhang. The people of Shaluo village are extremely grateful." Ma Jin replied again. Zhang Shuo felt a headache coming on. Why did these words sound so awkward? "Are you sure you are thanking me on behalf of the villagers?" There was no wind tonight. The torches swayed gently as the procession moved forward. Occasionally, there would be a crackling sound as insects flew onto the fire. "Magistrate, don't worry. You didn't eat lunch or dinner. Just drink some water. This is called rapid disaster response. As soon as we know that the people are affected by the disaster, we immediately organize people to make arrangements. In a very short period of time, we have transferred large amounts of resources and manpower. The magistrate even personally went to the disaster area. The road is difficult, but it can't stop our determined pace. The night is cold, but how can it extinguish our enthusiasm? In the whole world, our Hunan province's logistical ability and reaction speed is definitely the best. Why? Because a doctor from the Ministry of Revenue came up and praised. Rest for a while. You will be busy tomorrow. Zhang Shuo interrupted him. There are people in front with torches. Are they villagers? Someone with sharp eyes saw the light. Alert! The guard shouted. The procession slowed down. Someone in the procession stepped on the crossbow. Gradually, the light in front became clear. It was a torch illuminating the cows, horses, and donkeys below. We are the Hunan Province Magistrates' procession. Where are you from? Someone shouted. The other party shouted. We are from the Li family Zhuangzi on the mountain. The livestock of Shaluo village have to be sent over. Then we will take turns to send things back. Does the Li family Zhuangzi lack livestock? The procession shouted again. Shaluo village lacks fodder. If we don't bring them back, what will we eat? Just eating grass is not enough. We have to feed them with refined materials. Transporting refined materials is tiring. It is better to use manual labor. The other party shouted. Let them pass. Don't talk too much, Zhang Shua said. He was very dissatisfied. Let's go. It's so late to come over to take the livestock. The procession let them pass. Brothers, you have worked hard. With you here, the villagers feel more at ease. The procession passed by. After the procession left, the Ministry of Revenue's doctor spoke again. Magistrate, look. The Li family Zhuangzi's procession said that we can calm the people's hearts. Bah. Zhang Shua did not care about official etiquette and directly spat. Are you blind or are you blind? They came from that direction, which meant that they had already passed by. Have you asked the Li family Zhuangzi? It's too late, it's too late. We're too slow, too slow. Luckily, it was the village that suffered the disaster. If it were two armies facing each other, we would have to be ambushed layer by layer. We can't even run away. They're just waiting for us to tire ourselves out. We're tired. After Zhang Shua scolded the doctor, he felt much better. He didn't feel ashamed. Competing with the Li family Zhuangzi in logistics? Do you believe that the Ba Shui Legion will crush you with their logistics? The Li family Zhuangzi was ready for battle at any time, while the Hunan prefecture was in a state of administrative operation. Their accumulated costs were not on the same level, and they had money. Ahem. Ma Jin coughed. Magistrate Zhang's team is not slow. 10 years ago, there was also a flood. At that time, there were more than 1,200 people in the village. My uncle was the village chief. He never thought that the government would arrive in time, so he thought of a solution himself. My uncle was tired and died of illness. After waiting for 11 days, a full 11 days, the bailiffs came, took a look, and left. Today, 10 years later, the village's population is less than 1,000 people. Fortunately, the Hunan prefecture's actions are not slow. The words that Ma Jin spoke the most tonight were memories and joy. You haven't seen the Li family Zhuangzi's speed. When I was in Chang, and Xiao Yi didn't care about money. He always piled up emergency supplies in the storehouse. The Li family's troops had already set off before the news reached His Majesty's ears in any place that was affected by the disaster. It was the same at the Tubo border outside the capital. According to Xiao Yi's medical theory, he has a mental problem. He always looks like something will go wrong at any time. Zhang Shua shook his head. He couldn't describe his feelings. In any case, it was urgent. The Li family Zhuangzi was not at the front line. In short, Magistrate Zhang's speed is not slow. Dr. Zhou spoke the truth. Ma Jin comforted Zhang Shua again. At the same time, he approved of the Ministry of Revenue's doctor. This was because he was relieved. The Li family Zhuangzi's speed was very fast. The livestock was rushing back, which meant that his village was safe. Since that was the case, he should be a good person and not offend people. In the future, he would have to deal with them, right? Ha ha ha. That's good. The safety of the people is more important than anything else. Zhang Shua laughed. Of course, he knew what the village chief was thinking. The village chief's face was gloomy just now, but now he was smiling. If the Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't go over, would he still be smiling? The troops wandered to the place. Under the light, tents were set up in picturesque disorder. The night watchmen were feeding the resting livestock. The latrines were more than 100 steps away. Someone carried a kerosene lamp and walked to the latrines. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. Obviously, he hadn't eaten anything bad. Outside the tents, there were earth stoves. Some of the earth stoves were still wet, and firewood was being burned inside. The fire of firewood was a bit stronger, but it wasn't as fierce as the fire of coal. It was suitable for slowly drying the earth stoves. If large firewood was burned, it was possible that the earth stoves would crack. By gathering soft firewood, they could set up a large iron pot tomorrow morning. Zhang Shuo watched with his eyes. He was analyzing in his heart. What did each detail show? As he thought about it, he laughed again. He didn't understand before, and this was something he learned from Li Yi. Zhang Shuo didn't care that his troops were late and that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived first. It was more important that the villagers didn't suffer grievances. The Li family Zhuangzi had never disdained to compete with others for logistics. Was his troops slow? They weren't slow at all. It was just that they were next to the Li family Zhuangzi's territory. Xiao Yi didn't compete for credit. He just did his best. Whoever he let into the regiment would enter. Who would he compete with? That's great. Let's get another support team. The village will recover soon. Zhang Shuo said with relief. Magistrate Zhang, should I go and wake them up now? Ma Jin looked like he was going to wake them up, but his feet didn't move at all. You're not satisfied with me being the Hunan magistrate? Do you have to get rid of me? Are you sure that the next Hunan magistrate can do a better job than me? Zhang Shuo glared at the villager. You're too bad. The villagers are sleeping soundly, and you're shouting that I let you do it? Magistrate Zhang, you have to have a place to rest. Ma Jin smiled. Wait a moment. They're coming. They're the Li family Zhuangzi's men. Zhang Shuo glared at Ma Jin again. Hello, Magistrate Zhang. There are 4 empty tents for emergency use. You can go there first. The others can set up tents 200 meters to the west. It doesn't matter how loud the noise is. Even if the villagers wake up and find out that new tents are being set up, they will still sleep soundly. The more people we have, the more noise they will sleep soundly. The Li family Zhuangzi's men who were on duty here bowed to Zhang Shuo and began to make arrangements. Chapter 1677. The truth was just as the farmer had said. While everyone was working, the people living in the tents woke up. Someone told them that the Hunan prefectural magistrate had personally come with a large group of people. Those who had woken up fell back into a deep sleep. The baby cried and was then coaxed to sleep by the mother. There were always teams coming and going at night, but it didn't affect the villagers' sleep. Under special circumstances, some sounds could actually help one sleep. The sound of patrolling footsteps could be heard, waking people up. They knew that there were people patrolling. When they fell asleep, they would quickly enter a state of deep sleep because of relaxation and self-hypnosis. Under normal circumstances, entering a deep sleep state depended on the degree of fatigue and psychological factors. It had nothing to do with sounds within a certain acceptable range. In an environment of absolute silence, one could hear the sound of one's own breathing. It was even harder to fall into a deep sleep. There were no winged knights in the village. If there were a few hundred winged knights patrolling the area, even if they were a little louder, the villagers would still fall asleep. At the first glimmer of dawn, Zhang Shuo slowly opened his eyes. He had slept soundly. None of the villagers had died, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. What time is it? Zhang said that he was the magistrate and needed to hold a court meeting. It's only 6 o'clock. There's no meeting today. We're in Xia Luanan village. Why don't you sleep a little longer? The villager of the Li family Zhuangzi, who was sitting beside him, spoke softly. He lowered his voice and used his chest to resonate. This was what he had learned in Zhuangzi. When talking to people who were sleeping or had just woken up, he should not use his head to resonate. That kind of sharp voice would stimulate the other party's heart. Ah, Hugh, wake up. You can't sleep anymore. You're not Xiao-yi. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and slowly sat up. He still felt a little disoriented and was unable to determine where he was. It was different from where he usually lived. He needed to retrieve his memories and adapt to the new environment. Go prepare a hot towel for your face. It's still a little cold in the morning, so it's not suitable to use cold water. The farmer looked at Zhang Shua's state and said, "It smells so good. Steamed meat buns?" Zhang Shua closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Li Yi had taught him this. This way, he would not suddenly suffer from cardiovascular disease due to light and nervous reactions. We have everything. Meat buns, fried eggs, congee with pork and century egg, fried rolls, youtiao, soy milk, tofu pudding, spicy soup, radish, and tofu soup, bean rice, fried cakes, pies, wontons, and all kinds of side dishes. The farmer gave a simple introduction of the breakfast. Wasn't it affected by the disaster? Why did you make so many things? Zhang Shua felt confused again. If it wasn't for the disaster, we wouldn't be doing these things. We're tired too. The more powerful the logistics, the more relieved the people will be. The villager explained the reason. It was not like they were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The local people only had porridge for breakfast and pickled vegetables. Eating a few steamed buns was already considered a blessing. Only the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi, who was on the mountain west of Luoyang, could support the things they had done this morning. Although it looked cool, there was a cost involved. When a hot towel was brought over, Zhang said that he would apply it to his face. He breathed through the towel, and the steam entered his lungs. It felt very comfortable. The houses of the commoners have been washed away. Do you have any plans? Zhang Shua asked the villager when he went to eat. If Magistrate Zhang can't fulfill his promise, the Li family Zhuangzi will take full responsibility. The manor owner nodded, indicating that they could do it. Zhang said, "If you're so good, why don't you checkmate me first? I know you're rich. You're just a farmer, and you can easily use thousands of extra funds. You're holding me hostage? You're just as bad as Xiao-yi. Magistrate Zhang, don't be angry. You said that we'll build a new house for the people whose houses are damaged. You'll pay for the single-story houses, and we'll build a second story. There will be 2 platforms. There will be a platform on the first floor and a platform on the second floor. It's convenient to dry the food. The commoners are the most important. I'll tell you the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi can provide everything. That big rock, it fell down and sprayed water from below. Spring water, hot spring water, can also be called warm soup. Our Luoyang already has warm soup. The rock previously blocked an opening. Do you want it? If you don't want it, then give it to the Li family Zhuangzi." As the villager spoke, he revealed a secret. The rock had been washed away, and there was actually a hot spring below. There's a hot spring? This isn't under the jurisdiction of the Li family Zhuangzi, right? Zhang Shua's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What jurisdiction does the Li family Zhuangzi have? Dongzhu is wholeheartedly serving the country and the people. It's just a Zhuangzi. So what if I give it to you? Magistrate Zhang, if you want it, then I'll give it to you. I'll give the Li family Zhuangzi to you. Dongzhu said that he has nothing, so why would he care? The villager said calmly without a trace of anger. Zhang Shua slapped his forehead. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You'll pay for the house, and you'll take the hot spring. Zhang Shua was depressed. Even a villager could threaten and scare him. Fine, but Magistrate Zhang, you have to give us a reason. Say that you're the one who paid. The villager nodded. Giving a sweet date after giving a slap, right? Zhang Shua understood again. He would share some of the good reputation with him, and the Li family Zhuangzi would get all the benefits. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What slap? If I give you the hot spring, you'll be giving it to Hunan province. You don't need it. Who will benefit from the hot spring in the end? An official? If an official takes the hot spring, are you sure the water isn't red? The villager didn't threaten him and told him the truth. If an official dares to covet the hot spring, it will be a fatal disaster. Will the villagers let him? If the Li family Zhuangzi says that this is a hot spring, the Li family Zhuangzi will take it. The villagers won't say anything. If the Li family Zhuangzi wants it, there's no problem. We can still benefit from it in the future. Fine. Let's eat. I want a reputation. You'll pay for it. It's useless for me to want a reputation. Zhang Shua was helpless and quickly solved his stomach problem. The villagers woke up one after another and took the toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towels provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to wash up. The baby was still sleepy and was being carried by his mother to drink milk. He drank milk first and thought about other things after he was full. The woman who gave birth on the yacht also breastfed her baby. The baby cried when he drank milk and was very uneasy. When he finally finished eating, he still cried. No matter how much he coaxed him, he wouldn't stop crying. Li Yi, who had just finished eating, received a report from the little robot and went to see the baby. The baby wasn't hungry, nor was he going to the toilet. No matter who held him, he would cry. Li Yi took a look and went out. After a while, he came back with a bathtub with wheels. Give me the baby. You go eat and sleep. Have a good sleep and massage him to sleep. Li Yi said to the baby's mother and put the baby in the bathtub. The baby cried and stopped. If he continued crying, he would choke on water. The baby opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, and his breathing became faster. After 2 minutes, the baby's breathing became stable. His small hands and feet were still moving. Li Yi's hand was supporting him below. Your emotions are unstable. You're nervous. The baby can't feel safe with you. People's emotions are contagious. You're on my boat. What's there to be anxious about? Li Yi finished dealing with the baby's crying and turned to the woman with wide eyes. Li Yi knew the situation. The greater the pressure in life, the worse the condition of the woman during breastfeeding. The baby would always cry. It was related to the biological magnetic field and endocrine system. Not to mention the baby, even if it was an adult, when the friends around them were in a depressed state, their good friends or best friends looked like they couldn't live all day. They would also be affected. Therefore, happy people had many friends and were willing to get along. The baby had no choice. To say something hurtful, the poorer and more stressed the breastfeeding woman was, the more her baby would cry and be affected by her emotions. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if the salesperson scolded you with a cold face when you were shopping? Chapter 1678. The child's mother did not leave. She stood at the side and grabbed both sides of her pants. She wanted to learn. The mother-in-law's method was useless. She could not coax the baby. Li Dongzhu was amazing. The child's father looked down at his son. When his son was born, his body was yellow. He was much better now. The nurse said that there was no need for any blue light. Will the child stop crying if I put him in the water? The father felt that he had mastered the trick. It depends on the situation. Don't put him in blindly. Hold him and coax him. After a long time, the baby will feel the high temperature. When you coax him, he will be swayed. The temperature of the water is relatively low. It will put pressure on the skin. The baby will not be afraid of water. It is only suitable for this period. Do not use it recklessly. Because of what? Is the family short of money? I named the child because of fate. Money is a small matter. In the future, Li Yi paused and looked at the family of 3. Are you afraid that the child will not belong to you? The 3 of them showed an awkward expression. The mother-in-law smiled. I don't want your child. However, I have the final say on how to raise him in the future. Your relatives will be here today. Li Yi said calmly to express his attitude. He was willing to name the child because he saw that the child was born on the yacht. See, I told you. Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi have many children. How can they steal our child? The mother-in-law forced a smile. Li Yi did not expose them. He was used to it. What kind of patience had he not seen before? The one who wanted to name the child was this family. They were also the ones who were worried that the child would belong to someone else. What does your uncle's family do? Li Yi changed the topic and asked the woman. He is an old clerk in Wanyan County. He has the same surname as my mother, Jia. His name is, the woman said as she straightened her chest. She was used to doing this every time she talked about this in her hometown. Her uncle was an official in Chang'an. He was amazing. After straightening her chest, she remembered who she was facing and quickly bent down. Jia Zhangqiu? Li Yi said a name. Li Dongzhu knows my uncle? The woman was surprised. Jia Zhangqiu, born in the 3rd year of Xinheng. 46 years old this year. He ranked 32nd in the 1st year of Xingong in Chang'an. Next year, he will be appointed as Sanyuan County's warehouse clerk. In the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, he will be transferred to Wanyan County's assistant. In the 5th year of Kaiyuan, he will be evaluated. Comment: the cashier is meticulous, the accounts are flawless, the sun does not rest much, the calculation is in the heart, the future view promotion. The information that Li Yi mentioned about the woman's uncle, Jia Zhangqiu, came from the government. It's 46, Li Dongzhu. What does that mean? The woman only understood a little bit and didn't understand the rest. He's going to be promoted. The person who gave the evaluation said that your mother's uncle is doing a good job. While everyone else is resting, he's always working overtime. Let's wait and see. If it works out, he'll be promoted. Li Yi knew what the key point was. He wasn't talking nonsense. You can be promoted? Which official should I be promoted to? The mother-in-law glanced at her daughter-in-law. Since her uncle had been promoted, the family would treat her daughter-in-law well in the future. The next time she went to visit the in-laws, she had to prepare more gifts. What promotion? This. Li Yi pondered for a moment before saying, can I send him to another county outside to be a county magistrate? For example, Sanyuan County. If he has connections, he can directly become a county magistrate in Wanyan County. As for entering the government, that's impossible. He took the Ming Classics examination, which is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. His Ming Classics are much worse than the Grand Scholars, and his ranking is much lower. If he works in the local government all year round, he won't be able to adapt to the work of the government. Unless there's a new department, he can be transferred to the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue. After a year, he can be promoted again. If he has to be transferred 1 grade higher, there will be gossip. Li Yi's words had arranged Jia Zhangqiu's future. It was time to see which one he should choose. The family of 3 still didn't understand what he was talking about. Oh, it was a family of 4. The baby was still in the bath, and he couldn't be considered as a person. Li Dongzhu, which one do you think is good? The mother-in-law smiled and asked, of course it's to enter a new department. Tax collection will be a big deal in the future. Now that I'm familiar with it, I'll need to work with other departments in the future. Li Yi started from his own point of view and entered the Ministry of Revenue. How much money is enough? The mother-in-law was nervous. She wanted to help ask, money? Oh, you're talking about bribery? If you can't bribe your way in, won't you earn back the money in the future if you spend a lot of money? I won't allow it. Li Yi shook his head. Don't joke around. You're asking me about bribing officials? And the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue? Yes, I won't bribe you. But the mother-in-law didn't know what to say. When he comes, I'll put the child beside me during dinner. He wants to look at the child, and he saw the Minister of Revenue by Gu. Li wanted to laugh. If he wanted to look for an official, he couldn't arrange it. How could he interfere with such a high-ranking official? If he saw him, he could talk to him? The woman understood. I brought the child to eat together. If he looked for the child, old Bai and the others would naturally understand. When the time comes, everyone will ask. This is a small problem. Li Yi really couldn't explain it any more clearly. When people communicate, sometimes a small thing will show. Good. The mother-in-law was happy. No matter what, her daughter-in-law had a backer. She couldn't understand. The child was born by Li Yi, so why would he need a backer? Li Yi couldn't even arrange a small official for her backer. She felt embarrassed. "Don't worry. Take the child back to sleep," Li Yi said as he pulled the sleeping baby out of the water. The baby's legs kicked twice, and his mouth moved. At this moment, the children of Shaluo South Village were also drinking milk and eating food. A sumptuous breakfast was placed there, and the villagers showed a pained expression. "Manager Li, don't be too varied. It's already good to have rice, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Save the effort and let everyone rest." Ma Jean felt that it was a waste. It was enough to make one. If they could eat a hot meal in a disaster, what else could they ask for? Many people died in the flood. They ate grass and drank muddy water. How was this disaster? It was clearly a camping trip. "It'll take a day or two. Go back and cook yourselves. The rice, flour, oil, and meat have already been sent. When the water recedes, see what else can be dug out." Li Guiheng waved his hand. If he didn't do this, how could he show the power of the Baishui Corps? The more difficult the situation, the more powerful the logistics, and the more frightening the enemy would be when comforting the people. "I sent someone to take a look. Are you sure it's soup?" Ma Jean nodded gratefully and asked about the situation under the rock. Someone found that there was steam floating there and suspected that it was soup. He told Li Guiheng, and Li Guiheng sent someone to investigate. "It's a hot spring and it's very hot. The Li family, Zhuangzi, wants it. Shaluo South Village wants it too. It's open to the public." Li Guiheng didn't hold back. The village couldn't keep the hot spring. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. In the end, it became a place of the imperial family in Luoyang Palace and was managed by the supervisor here. Usually, they would rather stay idle than let others in. If they were found out, they would be killed. "Can Li Dongzhu come to soak in it? We want to see Li Dongzhu." Ma Jean was relieved. He didn't want to give it to the imperial plantation. What if someone from the palace came to the village to buy things at a low price? Open it to the public and do business. Our Shaluo South Village will have a good life in the future. Raise more livestock and poultry. Develop the hot spring industry and stimulate the local economy. Li Guiheng was prepared to operate according to the model of the drunken immortal residents in Lantian County. In any case, no one would dare to cause trouble. Chapter 1679. You want to buy chickens from Zhuangzi and sell them to others? We can give you a good price. It's cheap. Ma Jean lowered his voice. Chickens are a small problem. Find a place to sit down and eat. Let's talk while eating. Li Guiheng waved his hand. You want to sell chickens when there's a hot spring nearby? It was not cool in the morning as it was summer. Some villagers quickly finished their meal and found tools to dig the houses where the water level had receded. They looked at the furniture and the beams of the houses. Even if they wanted to build a 2-story building with cement bricks, they could build a big warehouse with the beams and side beams of the original house. Kitchen knives, plows, hoes, and other things in the house, no matter which household they belonged to, they would take them out and put them aside to be claimed. A few teachers in the village gathered together to eat and discuss the lectures after the meal. It was hard to bear the disaster, but people were fine. They did not need to eat, wear, and live. Their studies could not be delayed. The woman prepared to take over lunch and dinner, and did not ask the Li family Zhuangzi to work. Luoyang is the eastern capital. There are many rich people in Luoyang. I plan to build a drunken immortal residence in the capital's Lantian County and hire people to soak in the hot spring. Li Guiheng raised the level and did not want to make a small fuss. The road needs to be repaired. It's about 30 miles. Should we make it into cement? Ma Jean considered the transportation problem. No, fix the place where the big stones were washed away. The big stones are placed there and do not move. Treat them as ornamental stones. The road is bumpy and you are tired from walking. You can soak in the hot spring to relieve your fatigue. Our village will provide manpower as service staff. The men will serve the men, and the women will serve the women. No, the hot spring service staff will be found from outside. There are professionals. You can serve the dishes and make tea. Li Guiheng suddenly thought that it was easy for male service staff to have problems. They also had to find people to work in the local area. Business activities that could not stimulate the local economy were considered failures. Listen to Manager Li. Ma Jin was not familiar with this. He only knew that the Li family Zhuangzi would not lie to his village. Pigs and poultry will be provided as usual. You have to expand the breeding industry. Luoyang does not lack rivers, but in order to eat fresh fish and shrimp, we have to dig ponds and raise fish and lotus flowers. There's a road with cement from the water rushing down. Every time it rains, the rainwater will flow down, and our pond will no longer lack water. Li Guiheng arranged things. This was what he had learned from the Li family Zhuangzi. After arriving at a place, they would make adjustments according to the specific local conditions. Disaster was disaster, and disaster was disaster relief. Then, through the series of discoveries in the disaster villages and the evolution of the disasters, a new way out was found. If there was a hot spring, they would use the hot spring. If there was no hot spring, they would use the gap. We have never raised lotus vegetables and fish before. Ma Jin was worried. Everyone was farming, raising livestock, poultry, and making handicrafts at the same time. We know how. It's simple. When the time comes, we can even dig up lotus roots and pick lotus seeds. Lotus leaves and lotus flowers are beautiful scenery. When we build ponds, we can see pavilions and corridors. Li Guiheng gave Ma Jin a look that said, "Don't worry." Ma Jin smiled. "I forgot that you are from the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you know how powerful Li Dongzhu is?" "You're eating?" He drank some water to calm himself down, sigh. "I'm getting old. If it weren't for Xiao Yi's health advice, I wouldn't be able to walk at all." Zhang Shua said that he was getting old and brought food over to eat. He was 52 years old this year. He didn't know himself, but he was younger than in history. In history, he was unlucky enough to be sent to Yuyang. There were all kinds of battles in the imperial court, and he was exhausted. History was changed by Li Yi. He was in good condition now. Yao Chong was gone, and he was the Hunan provincial magistrate. He had the opportunity to return at any time. "Magistrate, you've worked hard." Ma Jin sincerely thanked him. Last night he was anxious. When he returned, he found that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived early. He looked down on Zhang Shua's team. After he woke up, he felt that he had wrongly blamed the Hunan provincial magistrate's team. They were not slow. Comparing them to the Li family Zhuangzi was bullying. The Li family Zhuangzi came more than 30 miles, and Luoyang City was more than 50 miles away. He went to report the news and wasted a lot of time. The magistrate personally led the team. If it weren't for the Li family Zhuangzi, the magistrate's team could have saved his life. His village in Feishan County was not an important place. Ma Jin thought about it and realized something. Did the government office in Feishan County send anyone? He shouted and asked the other villagers. The people around him shook their heads. They did not see anyone. Village mayor, the person who went to report the news, came back last night. He said that Magistrate Pang was gathering people and asked us to hide in a safe place. Someone knew some information. Ma Jin stood up and bowed to Zhang Shua. "Magistrate, I have offended you yesterday. I deserve to die. Sit down and eat. Why do you have to be like this? If you want to blame someone, blame Xiao Yi. She taught the villagers to take care of this place so well." Zhang Shua was in a good mood. "You finally said something reasonable." His face sank. Feishan County's Magistrate Pangu is indeed a good official. He even knows to ask people to hide in a safe place. "Ma Xiuanzheng, do you know what would happen if the same thing happened to the county magistrate like Pangu? Would he be severely reprimanded or demoted?" Ma Jin said hesitantly. He felt that demoting was a severe punishment. "What do you think?" Zhang Shuo asked Li Guiheng. He would be rewarded. He would be rewarded to report to the other counties, together with the magistrate, registrar, and lieutenant. Li Guiheng replied with a smile. Report? What report? Can't he not do it? Ma Jin did not understand. Report on what he did wrong. If he does not do it, his entire family will be exiled for at least 3,000 miles. Li Guiheng said with a smile. Caught? Ma Jin finally understood. They are in this county. As long as they are not dead, they have to reach the affected areas faster than the Wing Knights. After that, the Wing Knights would bring the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings and send them over. The local officials would then make the necessary arrangements. They would then take the items and begin the recovery process. When the Wing Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings arrived, there was no response from the local officials. This could only mean that they are gone. Reward them. Reward them. Li Guiheng was familiar with the process. It was fine if they were dead, but not if they were alive. Then, Pangu. Ma Jin looked at Zhang Shuo. Let's see if he is dead or alive. If he is alive, I will also make him report. Zhang Shuo wanted to be ruthless. I worked so hard to get here. What are you doing? Do you know how much I have suffered? What is my status? What is your position? After he finished speaking, he took a big bite of the meat bun. His cheeks puffed up as he chewed. The sound of his teeth grinding against each other could be heard. The other villagers did not know that a large number of officials in Feishan County would be replaced. They did not usually get to eat such good food for breakfast. Everyone ate happily. There was nothing to be sad about when their homes were washed away. They had to build new houses. They could use their savings to buy livestock. Soon, they would be able to return to their original state. The houses would be even better. Why were they not washed away last year? If they had been washed away last year, they would have already lived on the second floor. The children who could eat by themselves were also very active, until the teacher's voice sounded, "Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, class will begin." Chapter 1680. Confucius said, to govern with virtue, for example, Beichin, where he resides, all the stars are there. Confucius said, poetry, 300 in a word, hidden against visible, silent against noisy, willow shore against paradise, warblers against yen friends, morning and evening against greetings, fish leaping over swamps, crane riding on the shore, drunken courage against singing souls. Outside we receive teachings from Fu, inside we serve our mother. Various aunts and uncles, Confucius and by Kong, Huai brothers, of the same breath and branch, making friends, casting points, sharpening rules. When the children of different learning levels in the village began to recite, the people smiled and worked hard. Zhang Shuo drank tea. He had nothing to do. His presence here represented everything. This is the enlightenment of sound, written by Xiao Yi. Copied. When we went to Li family Zhuangzi, the first thing we heard was heaven against earth, rain against wind, continent against sky. It's called Li family Zhuangzi. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi was not as big as it is now. Xiao Yi could not determine a person's life and death and career. Zhang Shuo felt comfortable all over. The children's reading voices were pleasant to the ears. He began to recall and told Li Guiheng and Ma Jin. At that time, I had not entered Li family Zhuangzi, but I heard people talk about it. Sigh. Li Guiheng regretted that he had gone too late. Did you send someone to tell Li Dongzhu about this? Ma Jin could not participate in the conversation. He wanted to ask if Li Yi had been told about the village's situation. We sent the pigeons out early in the morning. The distance is close, and it won't take long to reach Zhuangzi. If Dongzhu has arrangements, he will release the pigeons raised here. Li Guiheng did not send anyone. When there was a disaster, he would release 2 pigeons at a time. Before releasing them, he had to take back the pigeons raised here. Otherwise, it would be easy to bring the Chang and pigeons back. Did he say anything about me? Zhang Shuo asked when he heard that there were pigeons flying. Of course he did. It's all thanks to the magistrate's overnight rescue, Li Guiheng replied. I was just worried. It's not a big deal. Seeing the people of Xiaolunan village, everything was worth it. Zhang said that he was happy, and the words he said were official words. He didn't care that he was slower than the Li family Zhuangzi's team. Wasn't it normal to be slower? When I get back, I'll deal with the officials of Feishan County. They still haven't arrived yet. My tea after dinner is already cold. In fact, Zhang Shuo only took 2 sips of tea. He mainly ate fruits. An hour after the meal, he ate the muskmelon and watermelon platter with toothpicks. The workers only ate a few mouthfuls of fruits after they finished their meal. They didn't have time to slowly savor the fruits. The children would only eat fruits during their lunch break. The children did not leave any space for their stomachs after breakfast. They would eat as much as they could. After eating their fill, they would go to class. After 2 hours, they would be hungry. After the break, they could still eat lunch. If the child only ate 2 meals a day, the child's growth would not be as good as a well-nourished child, especially in terms of height. The rain on the mountain gradually lessened, and more of the ground was exposed. The commoners dug carefully, not daring to go over immediately for fear of being trapped. Looking out, it was a complete mess. If this was a different place and time, the commoners would be crying because their homes had been destroyed. The villagers were chatting and laughing. How tiring it was to work so hard, so let's chat. Jia Zhangqiu was also chatting. He had applied for leave and brought his wife, son, and daughter over early in the morning. His niece was pregnant and came here with her mother and nephew's son-in-law. In the end, she fell sick halfway and gave birth on the cruiser. His niece had written a letter before coming, and his sister had personally written a letter asking them to take care of her. Uncle, this is a candied date. It's from the date tree at home. It was harvested last year and made with honey. The mother-in-law took out good stuff. Good. I like this. My grandnephew is so good-looking. Even when he's sleeping, I want to kiss him. Jia Zhangqiu already knew that the child would be named by Li Yi. His niece's name was Shimiao. Her husband's surname was Xia, and her husband's name was Xia Hao. His mother's surname was Guan, and she was called Xia Guan. It was a pity that his sister did not come. He had to support her. He didn't want her husband's family to look down on his niece. The baby was sleeping. He was only 3 days old. He didn't know how to eat, sleep, poop, or cry. Uncle, Li Dongzhu said. The mother-in-law quickly got down to business. After she finished, she looked at Jia Zhangqiu with a look that said, "We've worked hard for you." Jia Zhangqiu was shocked. I can enter the Ministry of Revenue? Fair transfer? Okay. He was in the Chang and government service and knew how powerful the Ministry of Revenue was. The benefits were very high. It was so high that no one dared to accept bribes or corruption. The selection was strict and required one's character. When working in other places, one could not enter if there was a problem. Anyone who was selected would not be willing to be corrupt. This department represented glory. I wanted to ask how much money I have to pay to enter, but Li Dongzhu said no, the nephew's son-in-law said softly. Luckily, he said it in front of Li Dongzhu. Otherwise, I would have found a way to pay him. Haha. Jia Zhangqiu was glad. He knew that there were more than 300 people who tried to get in by paying money. Not only did they not enter, but they were also demoted. Uncle, are you going for lunch later? The child's mother was afraid that her uncle would lose face. I'm going. I need to think about how to answer when they ask me. Xiao Miao, this is not about money. There are no Ming Jinka people in the Ministry of Revenue. Jia Zhangqiu was excited. He was in the Ming Jinka Department of Revenue. Are they all grand scholars? Jia Zhangqiu's son asked. Ming Jinka, I passed the evaluation. Same for grand scholars, but I have no chance to pass the evaluation. Jia Zhangqiu said with tears in his eyes. He was 46 years old. Ever since he became a small official, he had been cautious and conscientious. Finally, he was recognized. Father! Jia Zhangqiu's children shouted together. It's okay. There will be a lot of things at home in the future. Meat, fruits, seafood, silk, houses. Jia Zhangqiu said that there were benefits. For those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, benefits were like a guillotine. For people like him, benefits were guaranteed. He was honest when he was a small official in the past. When he took on a heavy responsibility, he did not dare to make any mistakes. Uncle, look at the child. Will others care about you? What if they don't talk to you? The mother-in-law was worried. Jia Zhangqiu smiled and shook his head. It's just an excuse. I believe that the Li family Zhuangzi's men are investigating my past. As long as I pass, everything will be settled. Old Bai, what did you eat for breakfast? Old Bai, don't be like this. If I give you the child, can you teach him? Let me check your teeth. Li went to look for Baigu. Baigu was in a fit of pique and his disciple was snatched away. He was very sad and very upset. That disciple was only 9 years old. Many 19 or 29-year-olds could not compare to him. When Li Yi spoke to him, he turned his head and looked away. He looked like a child. When he heard Li Yi talking about his teeth, Baigu turned his head. I will eat porridge in the future. I don't want my teeth anymore. Eating porridge is not a problem. The problem is that I don't know if I should say this. 10 million renminbi is not a business income. It's a tax. I can't find anyone to discuss it with. When Li Yi saw that his teeth were not working, he quickly changed to another topic. Xiao Yi, I have always known that your dental skills are good. Let me take a look later. Does the porridge taste good? What's 10 million renminbi again? Baigu instantly forgot his worries. He was not angry at all. What disciple? Anyway, he could not snatch him away. Quickly, let's talk about the actual benefits. Chapter 1681. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li Yi suddenly asked. 10 million in taxes. Don't try to change the topic. Baigu stuck to the issue of money. Old Bai, don't you think you are too narrow-minded? Money is just a currency. It's a medium. Cut the crap. 10 million. Baigu did not listen to anything else. He was determined. Selling seeds. The seeds I brought back from outside, such as tomatoes, kidney beans, rubber trees, sweet potatoes, sunflowers, etc. The export tax is 200%. Li Yi raised 2 fingers. 200%. You want to sell the good stuff to others? Baigu did not think about money anymore. He was angry. If I don't sell, can others take it? The coastline is so long. If I sell it first, won't it be better than them buying it secretly? Li Yi retorted loudly. Look at the Japanese Empire. They can take anything away. Since others can smuggle it out, why should they buy it from you? Baigu looked at Li Yi like he was looking at an idiot. They smuggled the chili? If I don't release it, how can others steal it? Before mass marketing, I will sell it to them. Then I will market it. Li Yi gave an example. Chili is the seed of the Li family Zhuangzi. Outsiders can only buy chili powder and chili oil that cannot be grown. Can barbarians sell something worth 10 million in one go? Baigu was tempted. We can collect a few million in taxes with a 20% tariff. How is 10 million considered money? How much is my blood coral? I haven't printed money yet. I have to hurry. Li Yi knew the value of foreign trade. It was not like the Tang dynasty collecting rent. It was tiring to get 10 million. There is enough money. If others buy it, don't they think that it will be worthless after you release it? They can steal it. Baigu thought of himself as a barbarian and considered things from the perspective of a barbarian. Did they get the chili seeds? I assure them that my Li family Zhuangzi will never release any seeds in the Tang dynasty for the next 20 years. Otherwise, I'll compensate them tenfold. Li Yi said solemnly. He absolutely supported the spirit of the contract. What about the people of the Tang dynasty? I'm still waiting for your corn and potatoes. Baigu continued to ask. Later, we found out that there was a foreign merchant who actually dared to sell a large number of seeds to the Tang dynasty and reaped the profits. This allowed the Tang dynasty to grow more and more crops. I earnestly requested His Majesty to send troops to suppress them. We captured countless barbarian merchants and ruthlessly dealt a blow to the arrogance of these criminals. He also perfected the laws of the Tang dynasty and ensured the channels for planting and harvesting new species, setting an example for the Tang dynasty and other countries. Li Yi puffed out his chest and raised his head, speaking righteously and solemnly. Baigu swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and raised his hand to pinch the back of his neck. He had no choice, it was numb. And then Baigu asked after pinching it a dozen times. Then we had to strengthen the customs inspection. In order to protect the interests of the barbarian merchants, we had to carry out a detailed inspection of their teams. We had to increase the severity of punishment, strengthen the functions of the law enforcement team, and speed up the improvement of the laws to protect the rights of the barbarian merchants. We had to pay close attention to the implementation, push forward layer by layer, assign responsibility to the person, supervise the details, and fill in the gaps. Don't slack off, don't shirk responsibility, don't relax, don't compromise, don't. Xiao Yi, take a break. This old man knows. That child Li Fuquan is suitable to be your disciple. This old man can't teach him. Because your dental skills are good. This old man's teeth are perfect. It's difficult to enter the realm of no teeth. Baigu began to rub his face with both hands. He didn't need to pinch his neck anymore. He even wanted to grab his heart to make sure that his conscience was still there. Baigu regretted it. He shouldn't have made things difficult for the child. The child's choice was right. He couldn't teach him. The difference was too big. In the future, if there were any talented children, he would have to send them to Xiao Yi's side to be taught. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li Yi asked again. Sure, let's have fish. Let's stew the fish for a while and stew the garlic meat. Baigu decided to use fish to replenish his energy. He had used too much of his brain power just now. The garlic meat is the protein of the fish. It's not fresh enough. That's fine. I'll pour out the fish soup and filter it with gauze. At the end, there will be fish jelly. When the fish is stewed, the soup will be salter. The fish will be more flavorful. The fish jelly will also be delicious. Li Yi didn't expect Old Bai to know that the garlic meat would be produced when the fish was heated for a long time. From the looks of it, Old Bai had learned a lot from him. Okay, when the time comes, we'll leave the fish bones and bones. You can grind them and feed them to the livestock and poultry that need salt and calcium. Baigu had indeed learned and understood this. Stewed fish had salt. Whether it was horses, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, or geese, they all loved to eat it. Old Bai, the new tax needs to be promoted. Aren't we delivering a child on the yacht? It's a festive occasion. Li Yi saw that Baigu was no longer entangled with the matter of having a disciple, so he talked about another matter. He couldn't really laugh at the chancellors for not having a disciple. As for the money, it had nothing to do with the disciple. He had to say whether Li Fuquan had a disciple or not. Yes, the new baby is born. Everyone is very happy. Baigu smiled. The baby was the softest existence in the hearts of ordinary people. When it was raining outside, the mother and child came to the yacht. Of course, they were in a good mood. The baby's mother's granduncle is also here. He's actually a secretary of the treasury in our Wanyan County. His name is Jia Zhangqiu. He was born in the 3rd year of Xinheng. Li Yi followed the topic and introduced Jia Zhangqiu. As long as there were official records of all the officials in the government, he knew about them. No wonder you have to evaluate all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. You memorize them all. Baigu didn't know this person. It doesn't matter whether I memorize them or not. It's fate that I can remember them at a glance. Li Yi smiled. He was a scanner. And then, Bai Gu once again felt that Li Fuquan was right to take Xiao Yi as his master. The master was only better than the disciple, not worse than the disciple. What's the big deal about memorizing dozens or hundreds of books a year? The evaluation of all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. Why don't you give it a try? Then, when I was preparing lunch, I put the child's car beside me. In order to see the child, he accidentally entered the restaurant. Li Yi planned according to the script. Don't torture the child. I'll go and see. Bai Gu wanted to see this person. The evaluation was really good, not just because of Li Yi's recommendation. The reason why Li Yi didn't directly arrange a seat was to let others see if it was good enough. If it wasn't good enough, he wouldn't force it. If it was wrong, he would have to deal with it himself. Bai Gu strolled to the door and suddenly turned around. Are you sure you can collect 10 million coins in taxes? It's more, not less. When we talk in the future, 10 million coins is the basic unit. 10 million coins is about the same as 1 coin. You go and take a look first. When you come back, I'll think about the linkage between ship leasing and tax. We have to hurry up. Li Yi bragged. 10 million coins was 10 billion coins. In terms of purchasing power, 10 billion coins was a huge sum of money. You can't judge a person by yourself. You're just lazy. If it's your new disciple, how calculative can he be? Why don't you push it to someone else? Bai Gu muttered and went out to find Jia Zhangqiu. He didn't care about the dignity of the minister. If the person was good, he would arrange a job. If not, then forget it. Chapter 1682. Bai Gu originally did not want to see a small official, but Li Yi's connections and financial operations made him feel that even the most basic people had absolute value. Over here. Be quiet. The baby is sleeping. If you wake him up, he will cry. You are very annoying. Bai Gu caught the little robot while it was strolling with iced juice on its head. It could only lead the way. I know. Bai Gu picked up a glass of juice and said. He found the little robot very interesting. As long as he was on the ship, he could see robots wandering around at any time. He could stop one by waving his hand and talking. If he asked who was where, the robot would basically answer, unless his status was too low. If he asked where Her Majesty was, the robot would refuse. At the door, Bai Gu hesitated for a moment. As the door opened, he lowered his voice and said, Don't be noisy, baby. I will take a look. Jia Zhangqiu was the most excited. He knew Bai Gu. The chancellors were always strolling outside. He stood up and said, Bai Gu. Bai Gu replied. He bent down to look at the sleeping baby and smiled. Half a minute later, he straightened up, nodded to Jia Zhangqiu and walked out first. Jia Zhangqiu immediately followed. He was so excited that he could not even walk properly. Li Dongzhu is amazing. The child's father sighed. The chancellors, high and mighty, had personally come to look for a small official. Jia Zhangqiu's family was excited and worried. They were like people waiting for the results of the trial. They suddenly became silent. 20 minutes later, Jia Zhangqiu returned. His excited look disappeared and his face was solemn. The taxes of the Tang dynasty are taken from the people and used by the people. The tax officials are responsible for protecting the country and the people. They have a great responsibility. Uncle, is it done? The mother-in-law could not understand the meaning of Jia Zhangqiu's words and asked, It is not a level transfer. Give me a standard 8th rank official. Jia Zhangqiu said the result. Yes, standard 8th rank. He is old and cannot control people with a low rank. He has been handling basic affairs for many years and has a solid foundation. Bai Gu came back from the interview and said to Li Yi, who was reading and studying on his tablet. Li Yi might be able to scan and record, and he had a good memory. But when it came to technical knowledge, it was not enough to just remember it. He had to understand it thoroughly. He was reading a medical paper and his head was hurting. When he heard the voice, he put down the tablet. The merchants of the Tang dynasty rarely had the ability to build large ships. It wasn't because they lacked money, but because they lacked talent. With so much money, you still can't find a craftsman who can build a big ship? Baigu took a sip of the iced fruit juice he was holding. It was no longer cold. The Tang dynasty doesn't allow people to build large ships privately. There are records of craftsmen who can build ships. No matter how much money you have to be alive to spend it. Li Yi reminded him. How could ships be built so casually? Did I build my own car to get me on the road? Baigu recalled that it was indeed impossible. He asked, what does it have to do with taxes? Controlling a ship is a technical job. You and I don't know how to do it. The people who control the ships are hired. If anyone wants to smuggle or evade taxes, the people who control the ships will be rewarded. Li Yi put away the tablet, picked up the paper and pen on the coffee table, and drew a simple coastal map of the Tang dynasty. Old Bailuk, we need more people to patrol the sea and catch smugglers. Li Yi drew a few lines and a group of dots. More people. Xiao Yi, you know what I mean. Tell me. Baigu wanted to ask how much money would be needed to increase the number of people and the proportion of taxes. He thought about it again. If he could figure it out, Xiao Yi must have known it long ago. At present, the Tang dynasty is in the stage of agricultural development. Although the Turks, Khitan, Xi, and Tubo also grow some things, they're mainly nomads. The foundation of agriculture is land. Coastal areas usually have more mountains, more water, and less land. All the rich places are in the plains. Shu has 2 plains. Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake are called the 2 lakes plains. Below the Yangtze River is the plains in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Our location is called the Guangzhou Plains. There are many plains in the Hebei province, but the population is small. I call it the North China Plains. The Khitans have the Northeast Plains in the Bohai Sea. We raise horses in the Hetao Plains. When Li Yi talked about agriculture and counting plains, Baigu didn't remember. He couldn't remember. There was too much. He only listened. The coastal areas with less land, such as Taizhou, Wenzhou, Fuzhou, and Quanzhou in the Jiangnan province, have less land. With less land, there is naturally less food. Many people starve because they don't have enough to eat. If the patrol teams recruit people and give the people a way to live and hope for a better life, they won't rebel. The people who patrol the sea must know how to control a ship. If they can't, they can practice. If they can't, they can practice. When they practice their skills, we will expand outward through the sea in the future. With interests involved, there will be no lack of competition. Whoever controls the sea will be the final winner. Li Yi didn't mention how much taxes to invest. Money was easy to handle. His goal was to solve the problem of employment and train people for future naval battles. Baigu looked at the sea map. I know about air supremacy, hot air balloons and hang gliders. This is sea supremacy. Others don't go out to sea and guard the land. What can you do? The coastline is long. Do you know where I will land? You don't produce and live? You deploy a large number of troops along the coastline all day long? When I go to other places to organize a fleet trade, 100 large ships will suddenly close to one of your places. Will you deploy your troops? After you deploy your troops, I will go to trade. When the trade is done, I will go to one of your places to pack my things and go back. That's true. Only a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. Who can guard against thieves for a day? Soldiers are cunning. What is false is true, and what is true is false. Baigu admitted that it was very uncomfortable to lose control of the sea and be in a state of war. Fortunately, he didn't think that everyone would do business peacefully and not fight each other. Even blood-related brothers would fight, not to mention people from different countries. When the railway is repaired, they will come to Chang and to play. We will let them see the yield of the seeds and my experimental demonstration fields before we sell the seeds. Li Yi replied to Baigu's 10 million question. When I was talking to Jia Zhangqiu just now, I compared the tax income of Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping. 10 million is too little. Baigu came back with a big appetite. 10 million is an imaginary number. If we can earn more, we will earn more. It depends on other people's needs and financial resources. If they don't want to farm, then our seeds are worthless. Li laughed. Why are you so worried about this? It's not like we can decide how much money we will earn. If we don't farm, how can we earn 10 million? Baigu found the key point. The imaginary number can be more, but it can't be less. That's easy. For example, a foreign merchant can bring back a ship of potatoes to offset the tax. The potatoes can be sold for money and can also reduce the tax on other goods. If they would rather pay more tax than buy potato seeds and look for a place to grow potatoes, then we will increase the tax to the amount they are willing to buy. Li Yi gave another theory. If you don't buy the things I sell to you, then I will make you unable to earn money in other ways. He added, crops will change in different soils and environments. We can use this opportunity to see if there are any crops with better yields or tastes. Nature is very magical and can always help humans to find better things. Chapter 1683. While Baigu and Li Yi were talking, a group of people was listening to them in another big room. The small robot was broadcasting live. There was always broadcasting equipment in the room over there. The big room had the same equipment, but it was not as comfortable as the small robot. Li Longji liked to listen. Yao Chong was able to become the prime minister because he ran more than 300 miles to see him and chatted with him, gaining his approval. People who could become the prime minister did not need to study current affairs. They were all current affairs strategists, and the general trend of the world was hidden in their hearts. Until Li Yi came up, Li Yi not only knew the general trend, but also the small things. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I think the Tang dynasty's finances will be more prosperous in the near future. Zhang Juling congratulated. He also remembered the 10 million taels. Fear of war. Song Jing was more conservative. He wanted to focus on alleviating the people's livelihood in the Tang dynasty and avoid war as much as possible. According to Li Yi's plan, war was unavoidable, and it would be a waste of manpower and money. Su Yi rolled his eyes. We can make money outside. If we use 10,000 taels in war, we can earn 20,000 taels. The extra 10,000 taels can be used to repair roads and irrigation works. He calculated the economic benefits. As for the deaths in war, the better the weapons, the fewer deaths. There are indeed many people in the east of Jiangnan who live a difficult life. Even if they grow indica rice, they will only starve less for a few days. Li Longji was most in favor of increasing employment. Only by finding work could the rich people live a stable life. What kind of life did the people in the capital government live? It could be assumed that the daily expenses of an ordinary person in Fuzhou would be enough to feed them for half a month. This means that Shao Yi no longer puts the Turks and Tubo first. This is a good thing. Li Dan analyzed from another angle. Father is right. Li Longji agreed. At this time, a voice came from the robot. Let's go to Drunken Immortal House for lunch. I have to go out in the afternoon to look at the land. Old Bai, are you going back after lunch? Li moved. Back. Baigu said affirmatively. I mean back. The court can't do without you. Li Yi emphasized. He did not mean back to the yacht. No, we're sad. We've been cheated. Who do you blame for being late? All of you are focused on the country's affairs. How can you have the time to teach children? What can you teach him? How to deal with people. You don't even know how to bribe people. How are you going to teach him? When has bribing ever been learned? Oh my God, Old Bai, do you know that the country and the capital bribe people? You can't bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty, but you can bribe the chiefs of other tribes. You've been bribing a lot, and you're talking about others. That's called bribery? If you want to bribe someone, you have to reap some benefits for yourself. What have I gotten? You got yourself a beautiful future wife. Hee hee. What I said had nothing to do with bribery. It was my personal charm. Why don't you stay one more night and leave tomorrow? I can't walk. My leg hurts. Ouch. It's sore. Old Bai, does your Ministry of Revenue's Tertiary Industry Department still sell vermicelli? If we sell it, we won't be able to make much money. If we stop, those people will lose their jobs. Zhuangzi has a new vermicelli press machine. It can press dumpling wrappers and wonton wrappers. It's handmade. It's more useful than the current ones. How about I give you a few dozen sets? Don't try to tempt me with a small profit. Do you think I've never seen money before? Let me show you. If you think it's good, I'll sell it to merchants. It's hard for the people in other places to make their own soup pancakes. Let me put it this way. If you can increase efficiency by 30% and make 10% more money, it'll be considered a success. The cost of labor is the cost of time. As for the cost of fatigue, the people of the Tang dynasty don't consider it. I'll sell one machine for 50 liang. You can pay in installments, but I'll pay a one-time tax of 30%. How much is the tax? One machine per town is enough. At least 10,000 units will be sold. 500,000 liang and 150,000 liang in tax. What if other people don't buy? According to 10,000 units, I'll give it to you in half a month. Shao Yi, if you didn't force us to stay, we would have gone back long ago. There are many things to do in the imperial court. It's hard to refuse your kindness. Let's make a deal. It's just one day. We must leave tomorrow. Don't say anything else. Thank you. Old Bai, you're giving me face. If you have a toothache later, come find me. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. 150,000 liang. Is it a lot or a little to buy you back? If we compare it to before taxes, the annual revenue is about 7 million liang. It's not a small amount to make a trip from Chang and to Lantian County, Su Yi said with a smile. He knew that Bai Gu and Li Yi were just playing around. The key was that Li Yi could really come up with something. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be able to come up with 150,000 liang even if he worked himself to death. 150 million liang. How much food could he buy? How many sets of clothes could he make? He gave it out as a joke, but it was a real benefit. When we go back tomorrow, we'll come here as prodigies. However, prodigies end up being flattered and lose themselves. We're not fated to be together. Song Jing got over it. Just as Li Yi asked Bai Gu, what can you teach him? That's right. What can you teach him? The 4 books and 5 classics? Children can remember it after reading it once. Teach troops how to set up formations? I don't know how to do that. Teach people how to deal with things? Li Yi gave people benefits so easily. If you want to teach children to be upright and love people like their own children, how strong are Li Yi's principles? As for other knowledge, forget it. I'll learn from Li Yi. What about Her Majesty? Su Yi saw that he had to go back. What about the key people? I'll stay for 2 more days. Li Longji didn't want to leave. The smart equipment on the yacht was too advanced and comfortable. Anyway, he didn't have anything important to deal with. Unless there was a war somewhere, then he had to ask Brother Yi first. Seeing that noon had arrived, Li Yi looked at his second disciple. The swelling on Li Fuquan's left calf had subsided a lot, and the skin around it wasn't so dark anymore. There was still blood, and the open wound had oil strips for drainage. The wound didn't heal and needed to be replaced. Master. Li Fuquan looked at Li Yi. Come with us to eat. Don't stay in the room all the time. I'll bandage your leg. Li began to work. He didn't need to leave his disciple here to test his mood. The child was still young, injured, and excited. His mental state was unstable. He didn't need to go to drunken immortal house to eat. He could just ask them to send the food over. Li Yi wanted to take Li Fuquan out for a walk so that they could improve their relationship. Thank you, Master. Sure enough, Li Fuquan was very happy when he heard that he could go outside. Li Yi let his second disciple off the boat. There was a large group of guards around them. The warm noon sun meant that it was very hot. Li Fuquan was only wearing underpants. He squinted his eyes to block the sun. Li Yi put on a pair of sunglasses for him, then turned around and put one on his eldest disciple. The surrounding houses were all winged knights. They couldn't lose the high ground. It wasn't far from the pier to Drunken Immortal House. Drunken Immortal House wasn't receiving guests today, so the noble ladies continued to stay in the hot springs. Princess Yongmu was giving out leather bags and membership cards. Each person had a set and they were all free. The membership card would allow them to enjoy a 5% discount when spending money in Drunken Immortal House. Miss Li, I heard that there's Li family Zhuangzi's land nearby. Why don't I go take a look in the afternoon and buy some fruits to eat? A noble lady wanted to go out and show others her new bag. Traveling was the most appropriate time. Chapter 1684. Free boiled rice, steamed eggplant and soy sauce, salted beans and green onions in soy sauce. If you think you won't get heat stroke, there's mutton soup, steamed rolls. Outside the Drunken Immortal House, a long stall was set up in front of other shops. The people in the shops were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. They wanted people to sit in front of them to eat and see if they could promote something. The people who had free time came early. They were told in advance that Li Yi would be having lunch at the Drunken Immortal House and would not be open. According to his usual behavior, Li Dongzhu would give people things wherever he went. The people brought their own bowls. Usually it was a big bowl that could hold 3 liters of water. They didn't need it during meals. After eating, they would pack more than half a bowl of food and bring it home for their families to taste. The bowl couldn't be full. It would spill on the way. The mutton soup was packed in advance so that it wouldn't be so hot after eating. It was convenient to carry the bowl. The people didn't deliberately come to take advantage of them. They could afford to eat at home even better than this. They also knew how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. They wouldn't be poor with just one meal. There was a small amount of mutton and lamb offal in the mutton soup. When cooked together, there was more soup than dry ingredients. If they didn't fill the mutton soup, they could fill a big bowl with boiled rice. They could pile the cold dishes on top of the rice and bring it home. On the second floor of the Drunken Immortal House, one could clearly see the situation below through the glass window. Someone pushed a cart over. There were more than 10 big bowls on the wooden planks of the cart. You don't know what's good for you. Baigu didn't care how much Li Yi spent. He felt that how could people be like this? Neighbor is working and can't come. Please bring something back. Li Yi knew the situation. The people couldn't bring a pile of bowls. Wouldn't it be more convenient to bring a jar for his family to eat? Master, should I drink mutton soup or mutton soup? Li Fuquan was hungry after smelling the mutton soup. You've eaten boiled rice. The little girl corrected her junior brother's wrong idea. He dared to drink mutton soup? I eat steamed eggplant mixed with garlic. I like it. Li Fuquan took a step back. You can't eat raw garlic. Don't count on soy sauce. The little girl corrected him again. Then what can I eat? Li Fuquan looked wronged, but his eyes were clear. He noted it down so that he could remind others if they were in the same situation in the future. I've plucked some plantain and dandelion leaves for you. Wash them clean and dip them in the sauce. Don't eat the salted beans. If you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable and you'll fart too much. The little girl was in charge of looking after her junior brother. Everything had been arranged. Xiao Yi, did the Li family Zhuangzi sell a lot of glass? Have you finished deducting the tax? Bai Su knocked on the glass window. Can't I file my taxes at the end of the year? The taxes couldn't be calculated on a daily basis. The taxes of the capital and Hunan prefecture had to be reported on a monthly basis. This is considered a big deal. If I report it to you every day, it will be a waste of manpower. Why don't I give you some money first and wait until the end of the year to see how much it is? Li Yi mumbled. Sure. Bai Shu agreed immediately when he heard that he had to take it first. Interest will be calculated for the money given in advance. It will be calculated according to the normal interest rate of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi rolled his eyes at Bai Gu. You want to collect money in advance? Are you dreaming? In the past, he never paid the electricity, water, gas, telephone, and other fees in advance because these companies didn't give him interest. He always waited for the other party to send a reminder. After that, he would have to pay the late fee. That way, he could earn interest for the extra time. When he met the electricity company, he felt that the electricity company was being immoral. In the Tang dynasty, there were still people who dared to scheme against him. What a joke! You can do it at the end of the year. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't lack your money. Bai Gu was unhappy when he heard that there was interest. If Xiao Yi paid 10 million yuan, the final tax would only be a few 100,000 yuan. Wouldn't the interest of 10 million yuan be more than the tax? You want to cheat me? Humph. No way. There is indeed a lot of glass tax this year. After deducting the money given to the generals at the border, there is at least 4 million yuan in tax. Hunan, Shu, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Suzhou, Khitan, and Bohaisi. Businessmen bought a lot of glass for windows. Even if you are angry and smash it, the Li family Zhuangzi will still replace it and bring back the broken glass. Li Yi gave a figure. He sold the glass for more than 15 million yuan. Businessmen bought the glass and transported it to different places. The Khitan and Bohaisi were calculated separately. If it was broken, they will replace it for free. Bring back the glass and see if it can be repaired. It doesn't matter if it can't be repaired. If a piece of glass is broken in a distant place, wait for the caravan to bring it back to the Li family Zhuangzi. If the glass in Chang and is broken, wait. Usually, new glass will be installed in a month. If you are willing to smash it, wait for a month. All in all, the Li family Zhuangzi lost a lot of money, right? Su Yi calculated the cost. Now, a piece of glass that is 1 foot square and 5 centimeters thick is 100 yuan. After a few years, it will be 100 yuan. After a few more years, it will be 5 yuan. Smashing a piece of glass will take at least a month. There will be one less piece of glass in a month just for 5 yuan. I will loan this 100 yuan at the lowest interest rate. When the glass is worth 5 yuan, how much money will I earn back? The Li family Zhuangzi's glass manufacturing process is always improving, and the cost is getting lower and lower. Li Yi calculated the economic account for Su Yi. He did not lose money, so he can spend as much as he wants. The people who bought the glass lost a lot. Song Jing thought about it more simply. The people who bought the glass will enjoy it. If they use the glass to plant greenhouses, the profit will be enough to offset the loss of the glass's depreciation. Especially in the Khitan and Bohaisi, the winter is colder than here. How much are the vegetables in the glass greenhouses worth? Li Yi did another calculation and looked at Song Jing with a questioning look. Did you throw away the economics book again? I didn't think about it so specifically. Song Jing quickly explained. He did not want to join the group. Li Yi could argue with Li Yi about other things, and even deliberately find trouble for him. Li Yi silently endured it. But when it came to big things, Li Yi would take action. For many goods, the value is not the cost, but the use value and additional value. The people who bought the bicycle enjoyed the envious looks of the people around him, and he gained a psychological satisfaction. This is the additional value of the bicycle. He rode the bicycle to save time and convenient transportation. This is the use value. He used the bicycle to attract businessmen to talk about cooperation and earn more money. This is also the additional value. The value of Li family Zhuangzi lies in the brand value. Others can use the brand of Li family Zhuangzi to increase their value. Li Yi explained again, but he was not happy. In theory, he did not need to explain this matter alone. The soup is here. Drink the soup. When everyone was embarrassed, the waiter served the mutton soup. Zhang Jiling was the youngest, so he said, Xiao Yi, Li family Zhuangzi's purpose, is to build the brand? Bai Gu was not in a hurry to drink the soup. He wanted to ask more questions. Li family Zhuangzi's purpose is to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. The specific control method is to set the price and set the industry rules. What's the use of the brand? The reason why the price of the entire capital government is so stable is because of Li family Zhuangzi's control. Li Yi laughed. You all still have to learn. How many times had my country suffered? This was a lesson in blood that was etched into his bones. Chapter 1685. The mutton soup was very pungent. In summer, people were reluctant to feed the sheep grain, so they always gave the sheep grass to eat. Li Yi scooped some pepper into the bowl and poured some vinegar to suppress the smell. He didn't care about the price of pepper. If he couldn't even bear to part with this price, then what was the point of living? Hoo! Ha! Slurp, 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 hulu, hulu. The little girl was watching her junior brother drink the mutton soup, and her voice was not soft. Li Fuquan looked at the rice in front of him. Look at how pitiful you are. I'll give you a braised pig trotter. Eat it. The little girl stopped joking and took out a pig trotter. The pig that had been raised for a year and a half had big hooves. It was more than twice as big as the pork that Li Yi sold in 6 months. During Li Yi's time, pigs were raised with lean meat as much as possible. In the Tang dynasty, pigs were raised with fat. The fatter, the better. This was what the people wanted. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fuquan was very happy. Before he went to find his master, he was still a little proud that he was powerful. It wasn't until he met his master that he realized how knowledgeable and talented his master was that he was sure that he still had a lot of skills to learn. Next was senior sister. How did senior sister know all the things that he had learned? He was just a little older, wasn't he? More than a month later, he knew the things that he had to memorize, and senior Marshall's sister guaranteed that she knew them. As for the other things, senior Marshall's sister knew them, but he didn't. How was he going to learn how to read a person's pulse? Recuperate well. In 10 days at most, I'll let you eat spicy hot pot. It's delicious. Did you change the position of the gauze? She shook her head and pressed on the 4 incisions. There was a small piece of gauze there. After pressing, she felt relieved. Her master's skills were really good. Senior sister, I want to study medicine. Li Fuquan suddenly said. If you want to learn, don't tell me. Master has taught me that if you advise people to learn medicine, they will be struck by lightning. If you advise people to raise pigs, they will be punished. If you advise people to invest in stocks, they will be in the king of hell. If you advise people to write, they will have bad luck for 10 lifetimes. The little girl didn't dare to agree, because this matter was too big. What do you mean by speculating in stocks and writing novels? Li Fuquan did not understand these 2 terms. I don't know. Master just blurted it out when he was drunk that day. He's crying. I feel like he has all 4 of them. He's crying so sadly. Don't tell anyone. After the little girl finished speaking, she warily looked towards where Li Yi was. Seeing that her master was chatting with someone, she patted her chest in relief. Senior sister, why are you telling me this? I've just entered the school, and I haven't offended you. Li Fuquan wanted to cry. This was an undeserved calamity. If anyone were to spread this out in the future, he would be suspected. Eat, don't talk so much. The little girl picked up some dandelion leaves and bitter cabbage leaves, dipped them in the sauce, and stuffed them into her junior brother's mouth. Bitter, Li Fuquan said vaguely. Is it as bitter as the medicine soup? If you don't eat it, I'll brew some medicine for you when we get back. The little girl glared at him. It's sweet. Li Fuquan frowned as he swallowed the porridge and gave his senior sister a smile. Hurry up and eat. If you want to learn medicine, tasting medicine is much more uncomfortable than this. It's like chicken poop turning white or golden juice. Aya, let's not talk about it anymore. It's not good to learn medicine. You can only be happy when you see the patients get better. After the little girl finished speaking, she drank the mutton soup. This time she didn't make any sound and was very quiet. Senior sister, have you tasted those things before? Li Fuquan knew that it was written in the book. Do you still want to eat? The little girl glared at him. Yes, I don't feel bitter anymore. Li Fuquan understood that this little senior sister had experienced it before. He also ate the wild vegetables. If he didn't die from eating, he could go to the mountains and eat anything. They don't scoop the bottom of the mutton soup, and they scoop the top. Li Longji looked at the situation below and sighed. The commoners came over and used big bowls to hold the soup. They really just held the soup. They didn't scoop the meat and didn't touch the fat. This way, it can be cooked for a while longer. The people who come later can still scoop it. It will be cooked until nighttime. Even the intestines of the sheep will be cooked. The poorest commoners in Lantian County can kill a sheep at any time and treat them to a full sheep feast. They came over to join in the fun. One day, all the commoners in the Tang dynasty will be able to do the same. The prerequisite is that the techniques of raising sheep improve and the crop production increase by several times. Li Yi didn't pity the commoners of Lantian County. When the locals took the soup back, they would add meat and cook it again. For example, if there were many people in the family, there would be a bowl of rice and a pile of other dishes at night. It was not good to eat too much staple food at night. Yes, Li Longji reacted. Lantian County was rich, richer than most of the commoners in Chang'an. Brother Yi was mining here. Brother Yi, if His Majesty badmouths you in Lantian County, what do you think the commoners will do? Li Longji suddenly asked. Bai Gu and the others stopped what they were doing. They were frozen. They will cry. The Tang dynasty finally stabilized. Who was the one who tried to sow discord? If there's no other way, then clean up the emperor's side. Li Yi looked at the frozen chancellors. Shao Yi, didn't you say you were going to treat my teeth? Bai Gu came back to life. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji laughed again. This answer was perfect. Brother Yi, your mind is really sharp. Li Longji rubbed Li Yi's head. Third brother, all the strong passes were broken from the inside. Pang Tsong and the crown prince are in Handan. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Li Longji solemnly clasped his fist. He knew the meaning of Pang Tsong and the crown prince are in Handan. 3 people make a tiger. He was not a muddle-headed emperor, and brother Yi was not an incompetent son-in-law. The crown prince was angry and Pang Tsong was helpless. Perhaps it was not that 3 people make a tiger, but he used this opportunity to alienate Pang Tsong, who knew about his predicament as a hostage. He was afraid that Pang Tsong would spread some things. This person was the king of Wei Xiang, the son of the king of Wei Hui. He went to be a hostage, and the consequences were not small. But Pang Tsong was not brother Yi. Pang Tsong was ignored and could not do anything. If brother Yi found out that the commoners of the Tang dynasty were having a hard time, the king of Wei Hui valued Pang Wan and looked down on Sun Bin. Brother Yi was not Pang Wan, nor was he Sun Bin. Why did he say that? Oh my God! Third brother, you want to know about His Majesty's prestige among the commoners, right? I am not sure about the commoners in other places, but the commoners in the governor's office hope to maintain the current status quo. The more stable the upper class is, the more solid the middle class is, and the more the lower class supports them. Propaganda is the most important thing, for example, the newspapers. Li Yi was talking to Li Longji, but in fact he was talking to the other officials. Some lines must not be crossed. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji scratched his head. Report messenger pigeons. Hunan Prefecture, Luoyang's Feishan counties, shout Luonan village, collapsed due to a flash flood. Houses were destroyed, farmlands were gone. Livestock were drifting and sand and stones were piled up. The wing knights ran up and shouted. They were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The pigeons had to fly to the Li family Zhuangzi, and not to the yacht. The pigeons were going home, not to report halfway. Everyone stood up. It was raining here, and it was raining in Luoyang. But the rain did not stop there. How many people died? How many people are missing? Li Yi and Li Longji asked at the same time. Sand and stones piled up. The commoners moved first. No lives were lost. The old and the young survived. The army mobilized, arrived at the village in half a day. The prefectural magistrate, the officials gathered. The rocks moved. The hot springs came out. The messenger, the winged knights, read the letter. The Li family Zhuangzi's manager, Li Guiheng, wrote it. The words used were a mess. If he did not have the ability, why did he write it in such a way? Li Yi scratched his head and said, "Bring it over. I still have to teach them. At such a crucial time, they still have the time to write this. The most important thing is that they write it properly." Li Longji and the rest sat down again. They were not in a hurry. If a villager from the Li family Zhuangzi dared to play with words, it meant that the situation there was stable. Which villager went there? It was quite cute. Chapter 1686. Southwest of Luoyang, there is a Feishan County. The local village is called Shao Luonan Village. After the rain, the water from the mountains gathered and rushed into the village. The Li family Zhuangzi's men went over. Magistrate Zhang was very fast and set off as soon as he received the news. As for the local people, none of them died or were injured. It is quite good. I will make arrangements later. Let's eat. Li Yi finished reading the letter and kept it in his pocket. He then introduced it to everyone. "Shao Yi, what do you mean by hot springs?" Bai Gu did not care if the couplet was good or not. He grasped the key words. According to the context, the magistrate's father, the officials converged. The mountain rocks moved, and the hot springs were out of the world. What does it mean? It means that Zhang Shua, Zhang Daoji, brought the officials to the place accompanied by the stars. This action, even a hard-hearted person would be moved. It was like soaking in hot water in the cold winter. What is this called? This is called loving the people as if they were their own children. That's why they can travel through the night. The officials of Hunan province are going all out. Think about it. When was there a disaster in the past where the local officials were so fast? You all eat first. I will go and make arrangements. We cannot let the people of Shao Luonan village suffer. Li Yi said as he got up to leave. His hands were naturally hanging by his side, not touching the pocket where the letter was kept. Shao Yi, don't go. Bring the letter over. Let's read the rest. You haven't finished speaking, right? Bai Gu felt that something was wrong. I am just a farmer. I am too long-winded. My literary talent is not good, and I like to pretend. There's nothing else. Li Yi quickened his pace. We are prepared to stay for half a month. We are not leaving. Su Yi put down his chopsticks. Li Yi stopped in his tracks and turned around. It has nothing to do with you guys. It's just a hot spring. It's just a hot spring. There's a big rock blocking the mountain flood in the past. This year, it didn't block it and fell down. Behind the Drunken Immortal restaurant is the hot spring. Now that when Tian is bringing the customers there, it is not good for us to go. When they are done, we will go. It is a small matter. Third brother, look. Isn't it? Forget it. I'll give it to you. I won't hold third brother up. Just now I said 4 million in taxes, right? Li Yi wanted to pass the letter to Li Longji and ask Li Longji to block it. He thought about it again. No. After Li Longji finished reading, would the ministers know? The mountain rocks are moving. The hot springs are dusty. Where the soup imitates drunken immortal resident scar. Luoyang was rich, and the royal family was respected. But if there was a flow of heat, it would be hoarded. Our side will monopolize it, and the money will flow freely. The villagers at the bottom of the lake will pay tribute to Zhuang Wei. Bai Gu continued reading and then laughed. Shao Yi, how many years have you studied in the countryside? You're really good at teaching. These 4 sentences are good. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and gestured with his eyes. Did you discover a new hot spring in Luoyang? Old Bai, let's talk about Li Guiheng. I'm from Zhuangzi. I know him too well. He loved to fantasize. For example, when he saw an ant, what was he thinking? He wanted to raise a lot of ants to help transport supplies. He also thought about tying a fish with a rope, a big fish, and letting the fish run with the boat. Oh, this can actually be done. What did I say just now? Yes, fantasizing. When he saw a little boy peeing, he thought it was a hot spring, so I also fantasized about whether the hot spring was taxed or not. How much? Luoyang. The other hot springs were all occupied by the imperial family. There was only one. Bai Gu did not care about what Li Yi was saying. Finally, the hot springs. How much would it cost you to manage the hot springs a year? Third brother, you have to talk to His Majesty. Why did the imperial family occupy so many hot springs? Look, old Bai is confused and is starting to fantasize. Li Yi was not clear about the situation of the hot springs. What could words describe? Brother, I think His Majesty is also afraid of the Minister of Revenue. How can I help? Li Longji was in a dilemma when he saw Bai Gu's glowing eyes. That's true. Li Yi realized that Li Longji was being supported again. Old Bai, hot spring water is not as valuable as glass. Li Yi could only remind Bai Gu that he had paid a lot of taxes. Two different things. Do you mean that you can kill a person after saving a life? Bai Gu went online. Senior sister, a hot spring in Luoyang belongs to our Zhuangzi. Do they want to snatch it? Li Fuquan whispered to Feng Qingdai. They just have nothing better to do. Master is just having fun with them. It's like children scolding each other. After one child scolds the other, he covers his ears and runs away. The other child, will he cry from anger because he did not scold back? If children are like that, adults will use knives. There is only life and death. There is no right or wrong. Only bystanders can point fingers and say who should not do what. When the same thing happens to you, it's hard to say who shouldn't do what they say they shouldn't do. Then will they fight? For Zaifu beat Master. Senior sister, untie the rope around my leg. Untie what? The Zaifu do not know that I can suddenly attack. When they hit Master, I will rush over. My fingers will pierce their eyes and I will bite their throats. I will shake my head and tear their throats open. Li Fuquan's arms began to move. Although he was small, he knew how to be fierce. No. Junior brother, don't worry. I often see them play like this. I won't fight. I acknowledge you as my junior brother. All right, you are Master's good disciple. Master did not use his lifespan to save you in vain. It's good that you have the heart. The little girl quickly held her junior brother back. She did not want to cause trouble. On the other side, Bai Gu read the letter over and over again. He chuckled from time to time like a fox that had stolen a chicken. It's not clear if the hot springs can be soaked in. Some hot springs are poisonous and can kill. Li Yi poured cold water on him. Bai Gu suddenly stopped laughing. Can't you see the one in Luoyang? It can probably be used. We need to collect water samples and send them back for testing. If the temperature is low, it won't mean much. If the temperature is high, we can circle the core area, such as the pool at the back. Li Yi thought about it. There was a problem with the hot springs. The plants in the area should have been different from other places. I'm looking forward to it. After winter, I can soak in it. Bai Gu was thinking about it. When you were the magistrate of Hunan, you did not soak in the soup of Luoyang's Wenluo workshop. Li Yi felt that Bai Gu should not be so excited. When Bai Gu was the magistrate of Hunan, there was a hot spring in Luoyang. It was said to be exclusive to the royal family, or it was the best place, such as the source. There was a hot spring river in Luoyang. How could the river be exclusive to it, not allowing others to go to the river? From the source downwards, the lower the temperature. Other places can't compare to your Zhuangzi's. No matter which soup of the pure flowers palace on the mountain, it is not as comfortable as the one behind the drunken immortal residence. Bai Gu looked at the others as he spoke. Everyone nodded. Right, the pure flowers palace was too restrictive. It was a problem with the environment. The royal family emphasized grandeur and solemnity. The drunken immortal residence's hot springs were natural and relaxing. Soaking in the pure flowers palace's hot springs was a favor. Usually Her Majesty would not allow it. Only here could one truly relax. The Wenluo workshop's hot springs were awkward for the royal family to use, and it was not good to soak in it with the commoners. Chase the commoners away?